So education is the most important thing that we can do, and that is also, besides initiating and leading this effort, this is our main challenge and task, is to help educate not only the citizens and normal people, but also city governments, startup ecosystems. That is our mission here.
Thank you very much. I think our panelists get a bit earlier to make room for the guest star of the afternoon. So thank you very much both for being here.
Thank you very much,
and
Simon.
Looking forward to talk a bit more about all the real-world initiatives around blockchain in Europe. Feel free to reach to us and ask questions after the panel. Thank you all.
Thanks.
This is definitely an original blockchain that is not a fork or anything like that. So we are building this basically from the ground up, using obviously some of the best practices to not reinvent the wheel like everywhere. But the protocol itself is an original protocol designed by ourselves.
Also, one of the reasons why we are actually pursuing our own implementation and not just reusing an existing one is that one of the primary or one of the key objectives that we have is to allow wallet apps and clients and users to directly interact with the network, right? So we want to have a protocol that you can access without having an intermediary that allows you, access to the underlying network, like it is the case with many blockchains that have a distributed and decentralized design underneath. It is still very difficult for client apps to actually connect to the network directly and become like a first-class node of that network. And that is one of the motivations why we are doing our own protocol, in order to enable this particular aspect.
Hello, welcome to the Nimiq podcast. I'm your usual host, Richie. Today we're going to be talking about a recent release that we had at Nimiq. We are releasing the Nimiq Proof of Stake testnet, and to talk about it, I'm here with Philip, blockchain engineer of the team, and Sebastian, also blockchain engineer of the team. So guys, how are you feeling today?
Really good, Richie. How are you?
I'm really good. A little bit warm because the weather it's summertime here in Costa Rica, but all good. Okay, let's start talking about the testnet. We recently released the testnet. How would you compare it to what's the testnet? How would you compare it to the previous devnet that we had? What changed?
Right. So the main difference between the testnet and the devnet is basically that the testnet is supposed to be as close to the mainnet, as close to the real deal as possible, right? The devnet is meant for developing the blockchain and developing applications around it, right? So it is not necessarily a very good approximation of the final thing, right? So one example is, for example, that the parameters that we choose, how long an epoch takes, how long it takes for your validator to become active. In the devnet, those times are really short in order to be able to test stuff quickly. But the testnet is supposed to be like a mirror of the real thing, right? It should resemble the mainnet as closely as possible, so that we have a good test environment to test stuff in under realistic conditions. I think this is basically the main differentiator. Also, the testnet should already be in a state where it is resilient against attacks. In this first version of the testnet, we unfortunately didn't have enough time yet to do like a proper hardening phase. So there may still be some attacks left that you can execute. But once we find the time to do like a proper internal security audit, we'll also open up the bug bounty program for the testnet to give the public the opportunity to take a look at the code base, find issues, report those, and then also be rewarded for finding these security issues. Yeah, and maybe do you also want to say something to the differences?
So one of the differentiating factors that we also have in our particular testnet release is that prior to the testnet in DevNet, the wallet that you actually use to interact with it still relied on the RPC client and did RPC calls just like any other wallet would do. But with this testnet release, we are also releasing the actual web client and WASM implementation of our chain that fully verifies the entire chain. And that is a very, very big deal, at least in my opinion. Pretty cool.
The WASM blob that runs in the browser is compiled from the Rust source code of the main project, right? So it's basically a subset of the code base that is going to run in like a full node or a history node. And that also means that basically all the logic that is necessary to run a light node, so to succinctly prove the chain state, get the zero knowledge proof, verify that, all of that functionality is present in the main Rust code base. So if you don't compile it to WASM, but basically just, execute it on your server, then you can absolutely run a light client on the server. And this is actually also a very lightweight way of interacting with the network. If you want to fetch accounts or like proof balances or like see if transactions were included, you can totally do that by just running the light client on your machine, not running in the browser, but just on bare metal. So that works. Yeah, that's something that is supported.
Previously, with the 1.0 implementation, though, you could run it just like in NPM or something in a node, and that obviously for now does not work. It should work at some point in the future, I believe, to run the WASM stuff in a node environment. But as far as I understand it currently, that is not supported. So, yeah.
Okay, cool, thanks. And in terms, like, talking about the users, what kind of things are we going to be testing? What kind of things do you expect our community to do? What can they do to like test the different things that we are, looking at?
Okay, so in testnet, in the wallet, the faucet is functional. So go to our wallets, test out the faucet and get a bunch of Nim. That you can then use to stake for a validator to get staking rewards that you can also use to do basically exercise all functionalities that the blockchain offers. We would very much encourage you to like just go have fun with it, send Nim to your friends, have them send Nim back to you, do an HDLC and execute that with a friend. Run a validator if you are so inclined and get maybe some of your friends to stake for you. Basically, exercise all of the functionality of the blockchain should be there for you to execute it. So go right ahead and have some fun with it. That's what it's up. See how fast it is, because it is very fast and it's a good experience. So. Exactly.
Yeah, for a regular user, just basically grab those free Nim and then play around, press all the buttons.
Yes.
And if you're a dev or, tech savvy, then, running your own validator is definitely very helpful for us to see how robust the network is.
Yes.
So yeah, basically do all the things.
Yes, do all the things. And also, if you are dev and you require some more Nim to like appropriately test what you're trying to test, feel free to get in touch with us. We can provide more Nim than the faucet would provide on a short notice. So get in touch with us.
Okay, and that's about maybe users that are testing the wallet. Now you mentioned devs, which is pretty interesting. So if they need Nim, of course they can reach out to us, but also I know we're working on like organizing our documentation, preparing everything for them. So I think if you want to maybe share a little bit about that, people can also reach out to us and help us with that part and give us feedback.
Yes, that's right. So we also are currently trying to do a bigger push to produce meaningful documentation for the entirety of our ecosystem. So that does certainly include all of our actual Albatross code base. also including the RPC, including the web client, but also including the front-end libraries that we have, like components or like styles, and also include some higher level documentation about the technical aspects of the blockchain. And we are now making a big push to congregate or to aggregate all of that in a single location where people can access it for ease of entry into this ecosystem. Also, hopefully provide some tutorials on how to get started with this and how to interact with the chain on that level. So yeah, we are trying to get this done in a single space, so expect news on this soon.
Okay, cool. And maybe another question, surprise question, I guess. What was your biggest challenge or the more enjoyable thing while developing or implementing the testnet? Something like that is interesting to mention, maybe.
So generally, I think one of the most complex pieces that we added in the last months, and that is very relevant for the testnet release now, is everything related to zero knowledge proofs. So this has been long in the making. It was apart from the complexity involved, things also take a long time. Actually, computing such a zero knowledge proof is not something that you basically do in a minute, right? But it takes hours to compute such a proof. So testing it can take a while, right? And it took us quite a bit of time to actually get this right, because there's so many moving parts, so many variables that come into play that need to be taken care of, need to be done. It needs to be done properly. But we finally managed to get it to work now, also in a performant manner, right? So initially, our zero knowledge proofs, or the way that we had built the zero knowledge proofs initially, wasn't really fast enough to run in the browser. So there was definitely some optimization necessary there and some tweaks to actually make it work in practice. But I think we are now in a spot where this is actually super fast. So less than a second to verify the zero knowledge proof in the browser, and to basically jump ahead to like basically arbitrarily long or arbitrarily far chain state. I think that was definitely one of the most challenging parts of this whole system. And this has also not been in the devnet, right? So this is completely new in the testnet release that has come out now.
Absolutely. That is, as stated earlier, that is for me one of the most exciting things, because now verifying the head state of the chain is basically a constant length operation for a light client, which is exciting to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Thanks. So maybe last question. You mentioned security auditing, like internal security auditing, hardening. What are the next steps now that we have a testnet out?
Okay, so certainly fixing remaining bugs or issues is going to be on the list as now. We are not quite looking into like adding features or anything to the testnet at this point. At this point, really, it's about stabilizing the code base and making it resilient in the presence of attackers. Also, in particular, the network shall no longer basically fail by itself, and there's potentially some smaller issues left for that as well, but these are now the utmost priority to get rid of, and then also try and basically break it as much as we can. Is then also going to be on the list to even discover even more issues that might still linger, to get those out of the way. Certainly a huge priority at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically the testnet is feature complete, right? That's also a very big difference from the devnet, where there's still lots of stuff missing, especially in terms of light client support, zero knowledge proofs, etc. But now basically with all the features in the client present, right? The next steps are, as Basti said, really just about hardening and making it robust and resilient against attacks. And then basically, also in parallel to that, we will basically get started on actually preparing the hard fork itself, right?
Right.
To prepare the switch from the 1.0 chain to the 2.0 chain, which will of course require lots of coordination of the different network participants and stakeholders, particular exchanges, but also miners, staking pools, validators. So this is going to be a very big task, and that is something that we will basically also get started on now, so that we can in due time actually also do the actual hard fork.
Right.
Also, probably worth mentioning, there is also performance optimizations to be made. There's probably code paths in our code base that can do with a little bit of a speed up. And if we find those, we are certainly also going to tackle it at the opportunity. So those things are all basically done now. It's where before it was important to get the features in to exercise the full spectrum of what the blockchain offers in terms of functionality. Now it's really about making all of that go very smoothly and quickly and robust, and that is a big priority.
Okay, amazing. Thanks a lot. So, Philip, Basti, thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Richie.
Okay, I'll see you in the next one. Remember, if you like this video, subscribe so you can see more of our videos on Nimiq, everything related to what we're doing, adoption of crypto, and teaching users and merchants how to easily accept crypto. And see you in the next one.
Yep. Thanks for watching.
Guys. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Hello everybody, this is Richie, your usual host in the Nimiq podcast. Nimiq builds easy to use crypto, and we are doing some efforts here in Costa Rica, specifically in Santa Teresa, to teach people about crypto. And to talk more about that, we have here Roberto, who is in charge of onboarding stores and educating stores here in Costa Rica, and also Sebastián Dittel, also known as Basti. He's a blockchain developer for Nimiq. And he is also interested in people in Santa Teresa accepting Bitcoin and Nimiq, because he would love to get a ceviche or a beer.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So Santa Teresa, Silicon Paradise, they call it. Why? Or what's the deal there?
Well, it started as an initiative to try to bring tech to Santa Teresa. You know, this is a very prominent place. We have visitors from all over. There's Jack Dorsey here and many other people. And the part of tech that we at Nimiq can contribute at is crypto. So we want to make this a crypto-friendly location. And the Silicon Paradise initiative, while it's about bringing tech, we focus on the part of tech that has to do with crypto and crypto adoption. Basically, we want to make it a great place for people to come from all over the world to this beautiful place and just get to spend their crypto, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you tried it out before, right? I did not so far. I didn't have the chance. Was busy working and thus didn't like really go to any place where I could like do it yet. Maybe I can still do it while I'm here, but for now I didn't have the chance.
Yeah, we have a couple of real life examples. We've gone to Koji's a couple of times. It's a sushi place, and we've gotten some crypto. And we also have a blockchain developer renting surfboards with crypto.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet, yeah.
So you start seeing this circular economy type of thing happening, right? Where you don't need to convert from crypto to fiat, you know, in order to get some use out of it. And basically that's how we want to contribute to this place.
So how are people like finding out of these places that accept crypto?
If you go to nimiq.com/Silicon Paradise, you will also see a map that Nimiq is working on. So you can, you know, pinpoint location and a small description of the stores that we have currently onboarded. We do this for free for the community. We're not looking for anything other than adoption and people knowing about crypto, because we think that this is an emerging economy. It can bring a lot of like good things to the community if the community is able to participate in it. So we're just trying to give them the tools for free, much in the Nimiq spirit, and helping them contribute to the network.
Yeah, I think in particular a place like Santa Teresa, where there's like so many people coming from all over the world, it's like a fairly popular place among travelers. It does make a lot of sense. It would be a very nice thing to have the crypto adoption effort like going a little bit more widely. Because obviously it has the benefit of not involving like any like what is that, exchange fees, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Missing words here. Like it doesn't involve any exchange fees, and the cryptocurrency is converted ideally into local currency directly, thus saving you money in a way, right? And in particular for travelers, I think that is a great thing. Not only maybe for Santa Teresa, but it's definitely a very, very good start here, but also for other places. Imagine like traveling around and spending your crypto without like paying somebody to exchange it from, like in my case, euro to whatever is the local currency. Would be great.
Yeah, it feels like the Silicon Paradise initiative starts here in Santa Teresa, so we urge people to come to Santa Teresa and have fun. However, we hope it expands, right? And
Yeah.
hopefully Silicon Paradise can be more than one town, and then can be 2, and then 5, and then a whole region.
Yeah, or even, not necessarily like confine it to like this area, right? And it doesn't have to be like next place is going to be Malpais or whatever. Could also be like any other place to enable this like exchange of goods for cryptocurrencies, and that's like really good.
And on that note, we're not only helping out with the map, at least here in the Costa Rica area where we're physically located, we're also offering free support. Any merchant that accepts crypto using maybe crypto-payment.link, which is the tool that we've created for merchants, can call Nimiq for help. I was talking about this the other day in a presentations we had, and I said that if you have a problem with Bitcoin, you cannot call Bitcoin central offices for help, but you can call Nimiq.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the type of feeling that we want to give out to the locals, right? So they can get involved.
Yeah, to also ease the stress of like getting into this, because it is a little bit daunting at first, I guess, to like, yeah, you have those keys and you need to like really store them securely and all these things, and to have somebody hold your hand just a little bit in the beginning is, I think, a huge deal and goes a long way to help people adopt to crypto and actually use crypto in a meaningful way. Not only have it, but also use it. And that, I feel like, is a very, very important step in this process.
And I think an interesting thing here of Silicon Paradise, or like Costa Rica and the beautiful beaches like Santa Teresa, being used as a location for talented digital nomads to come to work. Because it's like, if you are working remotely, where would you rather work? Like in this beautiful paradise, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And then people that come here, they see this crypto-friendly place, and they bring back home all these ideas, everything that is going on here. The technology is like the perfect place to showcase this thing, this crypto payment town everywhere.
Well, hopefully it can even like incubate this a little bit into the minds of the people visiting and using it, and like realizing that actually using crypto in that way is first beneficial to them, but also quite a cool thing to do, and can then maybe carry it home, and that would be great. Yeah, for sure.
And then for you guys, where is like your favorite place that you would see like, I would love to pay with Nim in this place in Santa Teresa? Maybe they are looking at this podcast and then they will get maybe I don't know, interested.
So for me, the clear winner is the guy in front of the beach selling ceviche and coconuts. After like staying in the beach for a couple of or like for an hour or whatever, coming out of there and like having a cool coconut and like maybe some ceviche is really, really awesome. And being able to do that would be great. To not have to carry around cash and leave it in the beach, and these kinds of things would be really cool. For sure.
You know, on the Spanish podcast, I answered Drift Bar, and I would love to see
I would
love to see Drift Bar taking some crypto. However, now that you mentioned the local ceviche guy, I would really enjoy for the local surf instructors to start taking crypto,
that would
because
be really good.
it's such a beacon, right?
Yeah.
People come here for the surf, and tourists and people from Costa Rica come for surf, and so I envision a moment in which the surf instructors are just like, yes, just pay me with Nim, pay me with Bitcoin. And it is so cool because they also become spreaders, you know, of this whole
Absolutely.
movement. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is actually, that would probably even be better than the ceviche guy. Thinking about it would probably be even better. The surf instructors, I think, probably one of the best crowds sort of to attract to this, in particular in a place like this, as you said.
Amazing. So thank you guys for joining me. Everybody out there that wants to learn where to spend their crypto in Santa Teresa, so just go to nimiq.com/Silicon Paradise. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, everybody. Remember to follow us also in Twitter and Instagram to continue watching this podcast series and learning about things that Nimiq is doing to make it easy to start getting into crypto.
Thank you, guys. Peace out.
Thank you. Yeah, peace.
Hello, welcome to the Nimiq podcast. I'm your usual host, Richie. Today we're going to be talking about the implementation of web nodes in our Nimiq proof of stake testnet that we recently released. To talk about that, I'm here with Soren, front-end engineer of the team, and with JD, blockchain engineer of the team, who has been also working a lot with our browser client Wasm implementation. So welcome, guys. How are you feeling today?
Good. Great, yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Nice to have you, Soren, over here. Nice to have you over here, Dad.
Great. So, guys, let's start with just refresh your memory a bit. We have web nodes in Nimiq. That's something very special about our project. How is that different to other like wallets? How they connect to the blockchain?
Yeah, so usually other blockchains don't have these native nodes that we have, the native in-browser nodes that connect directly to the network and do the validation and proving of the state themselves. Usually other blockchains connect to servers run by the projects or by some decentralized RPC servers, but those still are intermediates to the network, to the actual blockchain network. And in our case, our nodes are directly integrated.
And I think you have a really good analogy, right?
So if you would ask me to explain like I'm 5, or explain like I'm 10 in that case, basically, because it involves teachers. So, so yeah, what I thought explains it quite well is that, so you're in school and you're in class and the teacher talks to you and basically the teacher explains to you how math works, for example, right? Basically, 2 + 2 is 4 and 10 divided by 3.
And you're trusting that teacher, right?
Is some weird decimal number, right? And you're trusting the teacher to distill all this knowledge from the science community, basically, right? Not just math, but everything else. And so the teacher is the intermediary between you and the whole wealth of knowledge. Now imagine if you could instead go to the scientists, go to the mathematicians, go to the famous people like, I don't know, Galileo and directly and ask them and get proof of their discoveries basically directly from them.
Super cool.
Yeah, and so you wouldn't have to trust anybody to stand between you and your sources, and that's what the Nimiq browser client does. It directly asks the source of truth, the nodes in the network directly, and validates what they are saying.
Exactly.
That's an interesting analogy. So JD, if you could go and like meet one of these famous scientists, who would it be?
Good question. I would like Turing probably or something like.
Yes.
Yeah, Turing will be like.
He was a genius, I think. Yes.
How about you, Soren?
I actually think about who specifically. All of them. That's kind of teasing out, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it would be super interesting to meet like Darwin, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not in the science, it's biology a little bit, but and Newton, of course. But well, very interesting analogy. So, okay, going back to our topic of the browser nodes. Now, not talking like I'm 5 or like I'm 10. Let's now go into like technical details. How does it work?
So basically, for our web client, what we are shipping or what we are gonna ship once you open your wallet, and this is something that Soren knows much better than myself. Then basically we will have this, Wasm client, which will be like a light client of our network. And then basically the process of actually that client will be to get consensus through the CKPs or the zero knowledge proofs that we actually have, such that basically it can sync, really fast. And we have seen and we have tested that actually is the case. And with that, then basically we can, once we are synced, basically we can start, just we are already connected to some of the networks or the nodes on the network. Sorry. And then basically we can start, getting all the information that we need in order to verify that the state of the blockchain is basically what, or the data that we're receiving is actually the state of the blockchain. So this is all verified, and basically we're running a little or a small, blockchain within our wallets, and we're connecting directly to every single, a set of basically the nodes on the network that are actually, validating or are providing services for the Nimiq blockchain.
Exactly, and I think what's also a great selling point of these ZK proofs, zero knowledge proofs, is that they are constant size, and that means no matter how far the chain has been along, how old the chain is, how many blocks there are, the sync will always take as a very small amount of bytes, actually, right? Very small amount of data, always the same size, and then from there you just you prove the last checkpoint block, and then from there you just sync the last few hours very quickly. Yeah. But this will always be constant size, no matter how old, how many years the chain has been running already.
Yeah. And and it's actually something that it's in Wasm, right? So basically, we're actually the whole project we are running. It's written in Rust, and then we are converting this to Wasm, thanks to Rust itself. And then basically, this is something that will run on your browser very likely, I would say. And this basically will allow the wallet, which better to actually directly call any of the functionality of this little node in your browser. Yeah. And then that's what we will be presenting as the final user in the wallet itself.
Exactly. So let's see, what is when a user opens the wallet, what is the first thing that happens?
It's the same as previous, right? So the client starts up and starts connecting to the network, pulls zero knowledge proofs, as Daniel said earlier. The difference is just that now it's not running in JavaScript anymore as it was before, but it's actually running in a bytecode, right? In compiled WebAssembly from Rust. And it does all the stuff. It exposes the API that we need to get information out of it for the wallet interface. But it just syncs, right?
What do you think those are, those differences between, the implementation of the wallet in 1.0 and the current implementation in 2.0? What do you think are the differences between actually having this interface?
So what I noticed is that proof of stake is much more complex, also complicated, but also much more complex, and much more systems that work together. So proof of work is relatively simple, but proof of stake is much more efficient, and so it's definitely worth it to have this bigger complexity. The biggest difference is basically that with a JavaScript client, we could use basically every low-level class, every low-level functionality of the client directly, because everything was exposed on the top. So we could go in and actually use the serialized buffer, or we could use in and actually use the hash methods directly, or some crypto helpers, or various classes. And now everything that we want to use in the browser, we need to explicitly expose through the WebAssembly board interface, exactly. And so currently, I worked on this a lot, right? I exposed all the functionality that we need for the wallet so far, but there's still stuff that the old, or the previous, sorry, not the old, but the previous JavaScript client could do or made available that the Wasm client also sometimes cannot, but currently does not yet. So we will have to add some more interface definitions there.
Yeah. This is something that we have been working on, and I think kind of the main challenge has been this interface, and we have to, not everything in Rust we can expose it directly because, exactly. Some constraints. And then basically, kind of the secret, I will say, is we need to make everything serializable, such that basically in the JavaScript world, it can be...
Yeah, everything needs to be understood by JavaScript as well. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, quite some challenges over there, right?
Yeah. Okay. Now that you're talking about that, I know that compiling Rust to WebAssembly is not straightforward, or it's still it's very, very new, I would say.
It's I wouldn't say it's new. I think the Wasm bindgen has been around for a long time. but yeah, it does not support all of Rust functionality. Like lots of Rust code uses traits to implement functionality for different classes, and traits are not supported at all with WASM bindgen to bridge to JavaScript. So basically everything that is implemented in traits in the native classes in Rust, native structs, I had to make re-implement a getter on top of wrapper on top of it.
We also faced some challenges integrating or doing this WASM compilation stuff, and it was mostly at the beginning because of the runtime.
There's also stuff that works.
We actually, I mean, the amount of or the runtime itself that we were using, we had a bunch of async code, and then basically we in that runtime that actually manages all these executors and all that in Rust, that is something that we couldn't use for WASM. And I think there is the way we could find to actually work around this or use it's basically use these some of the already created traits for launching futures in WASM, which kind of the limitation is that we currently have only just one single thread, and this is basically where we are actually managing to launch everything. So far it has been working great, but this is something that we want to change actually for the future.
I remember when you guys started, you and Claudio started converting or trying to get it run in WASM, you noticed all the different crates and all the different stuff that wasn't actually supported in WebAssembly. So, for example, everything that has to do with time, instance, right? WebAssembly itself has no knowledge of time. It relies on the actual host it runs in to support this. So you had to change to use some wasn't enabled or wasn't supported time libraries to get the timings from the browser into WebAssembly, right?
Yeah, that, and also I remember that also at the beginning we used to have a lot of assumptions on file system stuff.
Right. Right. We don't have a file system in WebAssembly, yeah. And in WebAssembly we had to change basically all that. So it was, quite an adventure to get it going at the beginning, yeah. But that did work for the first time, and we were super happy. And then from there, I could start adding all the interface. And I was super surprised because, I mean, just, I will say days after we actually get it working, then you were already starting to integrate it and playing with it. So I was all learning by doing a lot. And actually, yesterday when I got it running for the first time in the browser, really, I noticed there's another Rust limitation that I'm running into, which is having a mutable reference to self and a non-mutable reference to self cannot happen at the same time in Rust. But since all the interface of the client is async, every function can be called at the same time, but just then run in the background. So actually calling functions method on the interface failed because one method was requiring a mutable self-reference and the other one was trying to get a normal one, and then Rust said, nope, not doing that. Yeah. So, but with the help of colleagues, I was able to remove all mutable references. So now we just have read-only references, and that works perfectly. That works nice.
Cool. So it works, but what's next? I know that still in testnet phase, we're still testing. What is likely to change in WASM or the wallet side of things?
Well, one of the things that I have in my mind is basically performance. And this basically what we talked before a little bit is, right now we're running everything in this single thread. And one of the ideas is to actually, improve this a little bit, use different worker threads or service threads such that we can actually improve the performance on the wallet side, and then basically also, have probably better management of the network connections that we actually have. Because if we use a service thread, then we could probably, manage them all through for a lot of windows in this service worker. And then basically, every single, client can connect to it. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, that, for instance, in the WASM side, I'm not sure if, what do you?
That's it's actually a good point. Now, I've only just recently got the client to run and have all the functionality in the browser already. So locally, it also already runs in my wallet that I have. I can send transactions, I can stake, unstake, all this stuff. Receive live updates about incoming transactions, so that's pretty cool. But I noticed that, especially at startup, it sometimes hangs the whole website for a bit, right? The animations are stuttering because the WASM runs some stuff, heavy gravitational stuff in the background. And so the first step will probably be to put the whole thing into a worker, into a web worker in the browser, so that it runs off the main thread, so that the user interface remains fluid, remains active. And then the next step is, as you said, like exploring if we can actually have it multi-threaded in the browser as well. There are some limitations though about that. I recently read about it. So wasn't multi-threading only arrived recently, and they're still behind Flex also, I think, in Chrome and even Firefox. And it also requires that the server sends special headers, so that the array buffer, the shared memory, is actually going to be a shared array buffer, so that the threads can share it. So there are some requirements. Not every website that embeds the client will automatically have it, so would have to make it detectable in a way. This also. So there are some requirements on the server that delivers this WASM also website.
We need to look at
But it can be done. It can be done,
of course. And do you have any plans of changing something on the wallet side?
Right. So
interface or something?
The staking wallet, the wallet V2, as the UL was called until now, already worked quite well. Until now, it worked with the RPC interface, so not very decentralized, very intermediary. But now we get the WASM client, so now it's actually a proper connection. But so far we have not spent much time on the actual on the UI. Apart from that, it actually works, right? So, for example, there's currently a placeholder for the staking graph. There's placeholders for the icons. There's placeholder for the staking amount and stuff like that. So the front-end team is working on improving that now that we actually have the testnet.
All right, yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, and in terms of those are the next things that we are going to be working on, but there's also tests going on at the same time. What kind of things are you looking to test now that is in testnet phase? A lot of users connecting at the same time, a lot of users staking on staking. What are you looking for?
Yeah, so I think from the protocol itself, or from the network perspective, then I think scaling is one of these things that we want to test. And so basically it will be very helpful if basically all the community members start connecting or using the wallet, because they will run their own node within the wallet, and then this will add more nodes to the network. And I mean, this is something that we haven't been able to test that much, because I mean, this is something that will come only if actually users start connecting to the network.
Exactly.
So yeah, scaling is one of those things, and I guess from the UI perspective also, it helps also if the user starts clicking buttons and trying to use
fuzzy test
browsers and all that.
Yeah, we also want to know exactly if it works in all browsers. There's lots of browsers there, especially on mobile. There's browsers various capabilities, so we want to have people test in all the possible. The more variety, the better, right? To see what breaks or hopefully doesn't. But yeah, like you said, click all the buttons, basically do send transactions, stake, unstake, see if your rewards come in, and yeah, if it works as you expect, right? And if not, then let us know.
How cool actually a member can or a community member can let us know.
Yeah. So we have the Telegram channel for people on Telegram. We have Discord for people on Discord. We have a forum, nimiq.community. Forum.nimiq.community. Forum where you can create issue posts. And obviously we have everything on GitHub. So people with a GitHub account can also create issues in our repositories, in the wallet repository, in the protocol repository, or wherever you see fit, because then we can always move the issue to the respective place it's required. Yeah, basically let us know through any channel, and the community representatives will get it to the developers, will get it to us.
And for developers that want to test out the WASM implementation, they can do it on their own apps, right?
Yes. So I'm currently working on I'm waiting for actually the client to be finished for the testnet. So then we're actually going to make an npm package that people can then use and install and try out in their apps. Exactly. And now we will actually have an npm package that you can use in a bundler. You can use with Webpack and Rollup and Vite and anything else really. Because the previous one didn't work because it required the external WASM file and the external path and stuff like that. So, but now this is actually WASM pack gives us a bundleable
bundles.
Yeah.
And I guess this is something that we could publish soonish, as soon as we basically...
Yeah, so by the time this video goes out, the testnet will already be running and probably have an announcement somewhere where this package is. Yeah.
Okay, amazing. So, well, you know it as go to wallet.nimiq. Oh no, what is the URL actually?
I don't know yet. What is it? We have to ask Jeff. So it will be in the description.
Yeah, go to nimiq.com/blog. We will have an announcement about the testnet and how to test this out. We will have a different
Check in the description.
Exactly.
As the YouTubers do.
Reach out to us and ask any questions. There's Soren and JD there to help you. And thank you guys for joining me. See you in the next one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy testing. We enjoy reading the issue reports. We do.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the Nimiq podcast. I'm Basti, your host today for the talk about the Zero Knowledge Proof Setup Ceremony. To talk about this, I'm here with Pascal, core developer of the team, and Ines, our technical writer of the team. How are you guys doing?
All good. Very well, yes. How about you?
I'm good, thank you. Forgot to do this. Excellent. To start this off, just to give some context, what is the zero knowledge proofs used for within the Nimiq protocol anyways?
Yeah, go for that. So we are using zero knowledge proofs to basically prove the macro chain, and we have the prover nodes who generate those proofs, and we basically assist full nodes and light nodes to quickly sync to the chain. And the zero knowledge proofs do that in a small proof that is constant in size. And it's recursive, so it's very quick to generate a proof after a proof after a proof.
All right.
In essence, it means we don't have to download gigabytes of data, right? Exactly.
Yeah. Perfect. That sounds very useful to have. And to get a little bit more into the ceremony, why is a ceremony like this even required to facilitate zero knowledge proofs like that?
So it actually depends on the type of zero knowledge proof you are using, and the one we are using is so-called ZK-Snark, and we're using a proving system now. It gets a bit technical, called Graph16, but essentially this type of zero knowledge proof will require some keys, a prover key and a verification key, and they are specific to the statement you're proving. And the problem is, if one person generates these keys, there's a byproduct, which is also called toxic waste. And if you know this toxic waste, you can prove any false statement. So you can fake proofs.
So you can forge proofs.
Exactly. And that's obviously bad for the security. And that's why this kind of setup is usually called a trusted setup, because you need to trust this person to do everything right and to destroy the toxic waste. But trusting in one person is difficult. And a ceremony is there for removing parts of the trust or disputing the trust. So in the end, the ceremony does the same thing. It creates these keys that we need. But as long as one of the participants that participates in the ceremony is honest and destroys the toxic waste, it's secure. The others can't recover the toxic waste. The others can't forge proofs as long as there's one honest person.
So you would need the toxic waste of all participants to have the proper toxic waste to forge proofs with.
Exactly. Only if all of them combine theirs.
I see.
then you could forge.
Okay, very interesting. And to dive a little bit deeper, how does a ceremony like this even work? What are the steps involved in this? What is it like?
Yeah, so first we need 2 phases. To generate the keys, the parameters of the keys, right?
The general parameters
Exactly.
that are only specific to the curve that we're using or the
Yeah.
pairing. And then
In the second phase, we generate the keys itself.
the keys itself specialized on the statements we want to prove.
Exactly.
So 2 phases.
2 phases.
How long are they going to be? Is there like any like ballpark number as to like how long stuff like this takes?
It depends on the number of participants in the end.
Yeah.
We can have as many participants as we want, but obviously we don't want the whole thing to run for years.
Right.
So there's no strict time limit when it needs to end. We are a bit flexible in that. Also, some of the participants can contribute in parallel, not all of them. So there is some sequential action involved. And so what we know from other ceremonies is that they usually run for a few months and have maybe a couple of hundred to even thousands of contributors, depending on how it's being done. The very first ones maybe had only tens, but yeah, I think the one that we based ours on from Cello had hundreds,
okay.
Contributors, yeah.
Okay, not bad.
In the order of magnitude of 100.
Okay. Yeah, that also segues a little bit nicely into my next question, which basically when considering there's like a very high interest for this, how is this then managed to make the ceremony still run smoothly? Because as I understand it, you need to basically know something in advance out of the participants, and then they also need to show up.
So there are several things involved. First of all, you need to register. You create your own key pair. You send us only the public key, and you need to also keep your private key, don't lose it until it was your turn. That was one of the main things that happened when we tested the ceremony locally to make sure that everything works. And then at some point we'll tell you it's your turn. So you need to start this program and you need to run the program. It will be computationally heavy, so it will use probably 100% of your CPU for quite a while. Quite a while means a few hours until even maybe a day or so, depending on your CPU, how good your computer is. And only then, when the program stops and says, oh, you're done, then you're released of your duty for one of the phases. Ideally, you contribute to both phases. That means the same thing will happen twice. The phases are sequential. So you generate another key for the second phase to send us that key, and you do the same thing. The process is super similar, but you need to do it twice.
But also the participation in one phase does not require you to also participate in the other. Not strictly.
Not strictly. It's obviously something we want, because we want to have as many people in both phases. So if people have the time, that's fine. We can also always add participants while the phase is running. So if you didn't register before and it's running and you realize, oh, this is going on, I want to participate, it's still fine, you can.
But ideally,
ideally also to know how many people we have, and to do the math, how long things will be taking. Pre-registration is great.
Okay, nice. So the next question would then be, what is sort of the implication of a successful ceremony like that? First of all, for our ecosystem or our blockchain in specific, but also for the wider crypto space as a whole.
For Nimiq itself, it means that people can trust the zero-knowledge proofs that we create. And that means if you don't use a full client that downloads the whole blockchain, but a light client that only downloads the zero-knowledge proof and jumps basically a lot of the blocks, then you can be sure that these proofs are valid and not forged, as long as one of the participants of the ceremony was honest, which hopefully is the case if we have a lot of participants, right?
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. And it also has some implications for the wider crypto space or other projects, because these parameters of the phase 1 that we create, they are not specific to the statements we prove. They can be used by anyone. Anyone who wants to use this specific kind of zero knowledge proof on these specific cryptographic elliptic curves that we are using can reuse these results, run their own second phase, and have zero knowledge proofs with that.
So that simplifies the setup for anybody else using the same like phase 1 parameters, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, interesting. So to basically kind of a similar question as one that I posed before, but maybe diving a little bit deeper on the technical side of things. How is this ceremony, like on a technical level, how is this actually facilitated, and how does it reach those goals of providing a trustworthy setup, even if only one participant is honest?
Okay, so maybe I should first tell a bit more about the organization of it. We talked about the 2 phases, that's one part of it, and then there are multiple rounds. I hinted at it before when I said some people can actually participate in parallel. So each round will consist of multiple participants contributing in parallel. Basically, we need to get a lot of data, it needs to be computed, and we divide that into small chunks. So each participant can, in a round, basically work on one of these chunks. Once it's finished, we work on another chunk and so on. And we probably will have like 6-7 people per round working on parallel. And then we have multiple of these rounds until we have all the participants done, basically. And all that organization involves first an automated coordinator, which makes sure that you don't work on the same thing as someone else at the same time. But also it requires manual work, because as soon as the next round starts, we need to verify that everything went well in the previous round. We need to know who's the next person to start. Maybe the persons for the next round are not reachable, so we might need to swap participants and things like that. There's some manual work involved for sure, and it's not little. But yeah, some of the work is done by a very dumb but important program that makes sure no 2 people are doing the same thing, and the other work will be on us. And then you had the second part of the question, which
Yes,
solved.
that's fine. That's fine. It's about how ultimately the goal is reached, that a single honest participant makes sure that the entire process yields a trustworthy setup key, or whatever the outcome of that ceremony like this is, so that you can trust that outcome of that ceremony.
Yeah, so basically there are 2 parts to this. First of all, it is important that every participant computes the computations correctly, and that can be verified by outsiders. We'll run our own verifiers, but at the end of the ceremony, everyone gets basically the whole list of computations called a transcript and can verify it too. And the second part to it is that everyone has their own private key, right? You send your public key to us, but the private key is on you. And you have this plus some randomness, and you add this to the overall computation. And to get to this toxic waste, you would need to know all of the private keys of all of the persons. So as long as one person destroys the private key, there's no way of getting to the original, let's say, concatenation of all private keys, right? And that's how it's achieved.
So it basically works a little bit like an aggregated key pair in some sense, where if I know all of the private keys, I can basically aggregate them together and have a key that can actually perform
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's similar to that. Not exactly, but I don't want to go into the deep math. But it's definitely a good analogy.
Okay, very interesting. And I think that is all the questions that I had for today. Oh no, I don't. Wait, we do cut this out too. Many cuts. Today, many cuts. We do this with all the cuts. So maybe lastly, how can people who are interested in this, or are people who are going to be interested in contributing, how can they stay updated and get to know about the ceremony?
Okay, so we're going to have a blog post about this, and we will also link some documentation to know how the steps are going to be. And obviously we are going to do this in advance, so people can fill a form and participate when we say we are ready.
Yeah. All right. Then thank you so much, Pascal. Thank you so much, Ines. Very informative episode of the podcast today. And for all of you, if you like to learn more about this, subscribe to this channel. And yeah, take care. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome to the Nimiq podcast. This is Richie, your usual host, and today we will be talking about a new feature that we recently added to the wallet. We added USDC support to the Nimiq wallet. You can try it out in wallet.nimiq.com, and to talk more about that, we have Marvin, blockchain engineer of the team, and Soren, who is taking care of the front end, all that magic that happens in an app, everything you see there. So guys, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. Yes.
You Marvin, all good?
Yes, I'm good.
Thanks for joining us. So USDC, this is the topic today, right? Why is USDC a good choice? Like there's other stablecoins. So Marvin, why do you think
So we chose USDC mostly because it was the best of the alternatives. So the other large stablecoins typically have the issue that they are more centralized and less let's say controlled, which are monitored, let's say, phrase like that. So there's no authority looking over it or badly any authority, and at the same time things like the Binance USD, or for example, are like very much centralized on a single exchange or single entity that might easily get users into trouble if they turn off. And USDC is even though there's some tight coupling to Coinbase, it's legally an independent entity, and also that Circle, the company, is very much under oversight of the US authorities. And that's also much better than, for example, Tether, which is not really providing any proof of reserves or not any usable proof of reserves.
I was going to say that Circle is good in the proof of reserves, so it's it's a most well-trusted stablecoin.
Exactly. Yeah, and then we have also seen some others, algorithmic stablecoins that are not pegged and
unstable.
Yes, and apparently very unstable and not actually giving that stablecoin thing. And most of many of the algorithmic stablecoins basically are gone again, and we all know the story about UST. So yeah, USDC was the obvious choice for us.
Yeah, what you're talking about, the proof that Circle provides is, I noticed that recently when there was a lot of, I think the market was a little bit scared, they were calming the market down with their transparency in their website. That basically proves how, in real time, how everything, all their reserves work, all their funds.
Yes, so I mean, Circle had some of the reserve funds of USDC stored at just Silicon Valley Bank, so they might have been affected, but they also made clear from the beginning that even if some of these funds will not be retrievable, they will cover all the cost, and they will be able to with their partners. And even though on the exchange the price crashed a little bit, Circle was saying that at their official venue, you can easily always swap to USD at the 1-to-1 rate that is supposed to be. So they never stopped that.
Over the weekend, they paused.
They paused the withdrawals because well, it's a bank thing, but it doesn't work on weekends. But they still made clear that it will always be possible and continue to do that.
They were very transparent from the beginning. I think they even shared like exactly how much dollars they were at that bank and
yes,
so forth.
Yeah, and also they keep like I think their funds in diversified in not very risky assets, like for example in treasury bonds and things like that. For me, it was interesting because I thinking about one of the less risky ways of like conserving or storing your value is also from at that point at that level. I think they're making a good choice there. It's kind of interesting. So now moving on from Circle and USDC being a good choice from the trusted part, because this is USDC for Circle, right? It's interesting, but we use USDC on Polygon specifically, and USDC work in different blockchains as well. Why did we go for this one?
So the primary choice is obviously would have been on Ethereum, but Ethereum nowadays is very crowded and transactions are very expensive, and it's also a slower block time than Polygon has. So transactions take longer, sometimes even don't get into the next block, right? So you need to wait a few blocks. So the user experience is much better on Polygon, where the transactions are usually confirmed within seconds and the fees are much lower as well. So for Nimiq, that prides itself on its user friendliness and beginner friendliness, USDC on Polygon was the obvious choice.
I think it's also relevant that we do not try to use USDC for the payment use case primarily. So while USDC on Ethereum is supported in more point-of-sale systems or in more generally on more systems, if we don't need that, this does not give us any advantage. So if we had desired to make the USDC feature easily also for a lot of payment options so that you can pay in all the places where USDC is supported, then Ethereum would have been the better choice. But that's not the prime goal of having USDC in our wallet, and that's why it's not that important for us.
The prime goal is?
But the prime goal is that we have a stable coin that can be used to store funds, swap into and swap out. Exactly. So
keep your crypto value in USDC if you need to.
Yes. So that if there's the market turns volatile, you can always just go into the stable coin easily by swapping over, and then you can be sure that it is stable, and don't have to have any issues with volatility.
Which is probably especially useful for businesses that need to keep some actual stable USDC on hand, because they also need to pay their people in USDC, USD, or in other stable currency.
Okay, and as with many things, devil is in the details. I understand that our specific implementation of USDC has something special about it. It's not like, just adding a coin in a multi-currency wallet. What's so special about this implementation?
So I think that goes back to Marvin's genius here, who proposed and then also built the gas abstraction for our USDC implementation, so that our users don't actually need to use Matic, the native Polygon token, for gas costs to send USDC, but you can actually just send USDC and we take the fee from your USDC and convert it into gas on the fly with Marvin's cool contracts.
Yeah.
OpenGSN.
Exactly.
Open Gas Station Network.
Right. So there's the Open Gas Station Network, which is originally built for Ethereum, but also exists on other chains like Polygon. And normally it's used for basically having another party pay your transaction fees. But in our case, we are not taking that on us, right? We are not paying the users transaction fees, but we are making clever use of Uniswap to swap a part of your USDC amount over to Matic, so that you can directly pay with your own USDC the transaction fees.
Exactly. We're bringing together various parts of the smart contract ecosystem, a Web3 ecosystem, basically, to enable this.
Exactly.
For you.
And that's very interesting. And that works with sending transactions, but also with swaps, right? With our super simple swap.
Exactly. That's another feature that we have in our wallet, obviously, where you can swap your USDC to and from Nimiq and Bitcoin non-custodially with atomic swaps, with Super Simple Swap, the service provider. And that also works the same way. You pay the swap fees in USDC. directly, automatically.
Because from the swap perspective, it's of course like sending a transaction, but does it need to utilize GSN or all this gas abstraction magic when locking USDC for an atomic swap as well?
And it works basically the same. So you still have a transaction that is using the open GSN. It just, instead of just transferring the USDC from A to B, it will lock the USDC into a smart contract. And in case where you're basically redeeming from a smart contract when you're getting the funds, when you're buying USDC basically, then the USDC that you're getting will just deduct a small part of what you're getting. So basically, even if you don't have any USDC or Matic at all in your account, you can still already use that system to receive USDC with a swap.
Exactly. You don't need any other gas paying token. You can use USDC without anything else on your account. Yeah, exactly. On your Polygon.
When we were planning the announcement, we were discussing different wordings, and we talked about gasless. That is a word going around a bit now in the space, and also how the more correct term would be gas abstraction. Can you like explain?
For our use case.
For our use case.
Right, because other projects sometimes, or some wallets that use the term gasless actually pay the fee for their users. So they actually, in that case, for the users it's gasless. But in our case, we're converting some of your USDC into the on-chain token fee, and thus it's gas abstracted. We're abstracting it away, so you don't need to care about any of that.
Okay, and it sounds like you said, right? Getting a lot of different projects and functionalities into one single thing that works very easy for the user. What was the biggest challenge from your side, Soren, while integrating this new feature?
So for me, it was the first time programming or working with Web3, which is the umbrella term for all these smart contract interaction methods, right? And Web3 basically from the web browser, right? From JavaScript. So I had to learn the different libraries that I used for that are provided by the different projects. We had to make a decision between Web3 JS versus Ethers JS, for example, which we went with Ethers JS. It's more modern and also good, well-maintained library. I had to learn how to use the OpenGSN toolkit basically, and read through the OpenGSN documentation, read about paymasters and forwarders and relays and the relay hub and where the deposits are stored and so forth. I had to learn about, not just me, I have to say, sorry, I'm using the word I had to learn, but my team and also, basically my team and the other people my team had to learn how Uniswap works, how the exchange, the spot price for the exchange is calculated from the liquidity in the pool. And that was some crazy learning curve, but also a great journey. And I have a newfound appreciation for what the EVM, the Ethereum virtual machine, and smart contracts can actually do, and how they can be combined like puzzle pieces to work together and work with each other. And it's crazy in a good way.
Cool. And what do you think from your side, Marvin? What was your biggest challenge, or what did you enjoy the most?
Well, so it's not the first time for me to use GSN, so I had some experience there, but it's the first time doing it exactly that way as we did, with the direct integration of Uniswap, which was kind of a new thing. Also, is the way we did it is not very typical for GSN at all. So we actually had to struggle with a little bit with the gas use of Uniswap actually, because kind of like GSN requires you to not use too much gas for determining of the transaction being allowed or not, and to figure out if the transaction is possible, we first had to figure out if there's enough USDC on the user's balance so that he can pay the fee for the transaction. So we had to actually figure out the price using Uniswap, doing basically a conversion already in very early stage of the transaction, and that is not how GSN was
in the pre-check phase.
Yes, in the early checking of a transaction. So that's not how GSN is typically being used. So it wasn't like straightforward, but we managed to bring our gas use down to what is possible in this early stage transaction checking. So that in the end worked out good.
You are the wizard that wrote all these smart contracts.
Yes.
We only wrote the the JavaScript, TypeScript in the browser to interact with them or via the Web3 provider. But you are the actual. So what's the language called?
Solidity.
Solidity.
Yes.
Even if
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, it wasn't the first smart contract for us to write. I mean, I had some previous experience with GSN, and also we had a token sale contract back then in the days, right? So we have some experience with the Ethereum things or EVM smart contracts. But yeah, it was a little bit different, much more focusing on improving gas use and performance. So interesting thing as well. Yeah.
Okay, very cool. And last question, is there something left on the maybe the nice to have, some optimization, some improvements, something that you would say, yeah, maybe later we can work on this related to this feature?
So there's two things, one that we're already planning and one that is just an idea for the moment. But one that we're already planning is there's a way to reduce the gas use of transactions for our users further by using pre-approval from the USDC contract to the transfer contracts, and we will do a small audit, or like we will need to review the code a bit more, and maybe even have an audit of some kind that we can then enable this feature for users, so that transactions after the first one will be cheaper because there's less gas being used in the transaction itself. And the second thing that we might now look into is integrating some kind of bridge or bridge provider, so that people can actually get in and out of also Ethereum USDC, or convert their USDC on Polygon that they have in our wallet to Ethereum in another wallet, another address, Ethereum USDC, which will maybe improve the experience in our wallet even further.
Anything to add, Marvin, to that?
No.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Not at this time?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot then for joining me. It's really interesting, and it works amazingly. I mean, using USDC without having to worry about Matic is really...
Yeah, without actually pretty interesting. We launched recently, right? And 2 days before as it usually is, right? 2 days before the actual testing in the mainnet started with our community also, with some close testing, and as usual they found a few more edge cases and bugs. So I'm not saying it was a race against time, but it was tight in the end to actually get all the fixes in, and now it's surprisingly for me as part of the team who built it, it's surprising how stable it is now. So it works well. It's good.
It does work amazingly. So thanks to everybody in the community that helped testing. And if you want to also join in testing, we are continuously testing. We have new things coming out. So remember to join us. Subscribe to this video if you liked it. And add any questions in the comments to Marvin and Soren. Thank you for joining me today. See you in the next one.
Thank you, Richie.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we're going to be starting in just one more minute. We have here Basti from core dev from the team. We have also Ines, technical writer from the team, and we have as a special guest Overnice today. Guys, how are you doing? I basically gave you a quick intro to give people some context, but maybe we begin one by one. Basti, how is it going today?
Hey, thanks Richie, and thanks everyone for showing up. Yeah, I'm doing quite alright. Very excited to talk about pre-staking, seeing as the validator registration has closed. This is going to be fun.
Thanks a lot, Basti. Ines, how about you? How is your day so far?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay. All good. I'm excited for this Twitter space, X space actually. I'm the technical writer, and we're gonna answer some questions about the pre-staking.
Yes, of course. Thanks a lot. Ines is well versed in everything about that has to do with the documentation on pre-staking and the migration in general. So thanks a lot for joining us. And Overnice, how are you doing? Who is there behind the account? Can you give us a quick intro into what Overnice does for Nimiq? Why are you guys here? And who are you?
Mr. Speaker. Hi everybody, Tamo here from Team Overnice. We generally do the UI and UX for Nimiq and have also created the pre-staking page, the whole giveaway event basically. This is going super great. I love that we already have a billion locked. And we are carefully listening to all the feedback that's coming in. We're trying to hotfix some quirks, maybe some things are not super straightforward to understand, so we're trying to debug this as fast as we can, and yeah, looking forward to talking to you guys.
Amazing, thanks a lot. So thanks a lot everybody who joined. I see a lot of familiar faces around. Helvetia Staking. I see Thor also, Jimmy, Nimiq Hub, thanks a lot. I know you went to bed late yesterday looking into everything that was going on. And Retrain, Rocky Sanal, Nim Bader, hey Chuck, welcome. And Nimre also, Sigi Mantas, and everybody that is around, thanks a lot for joining. Let's begin then with the agenda for today. So starting with the first one, we're going to be dividing the agenda for today into two sides, maybe two different angles: the technical angle and the more like pre-staking campaign angle. Because there's a technical side to the pre-staking phase, of course, and we're going to begin with that. And after that, we're going to be talking about everything related to the pre-staking campaign, which, as you know, has 200 million NIM in rewards for grabs. So people participating can be receiving these rewards, and we're going to tell you all about that. And in the second part of this space, how to increase your chances to win, how to plan your pre-staking strategy, what are the multipliers, all that we'll be talking in the second part. But then let's begin with the technical process. Basti, Ines, I don't know who wants to take this one, but I'm going to throw it out there. Why is transitioning to proof of stake so important to Nimiq? What are the benefits?
Hey, I can take this one. So we are transitioning from proof of work to proof of stake, and the main benefits it's the enhancement of scalability for sure, and the energy consumption. As you know, miners take a lot of energy running a miner in their machine. So with proof of stake, we are going to eliminate that, right? Also, proof of stake allows for increased transaction speed. I think Basti can also talk a little bit about that. And also, it becomes more simple to become a validator than a miner, because there's no the powerful machine that you need to run a miner. You no longer need that, and it's much more simple to run a validator.
Yeah, I mean, for the transaction speed, maybe to talk about this a little bit more, not going into too much detail, but basically when looking at our proof of work chain, we have like a time to like inclusion in a block even only of like roughly a minute or like up to a minute, which that is obviously for any like live scenario is very, very slow, specifically if you would require any confirmations on the transaction. So with proof of stake, we have this for up to a second only for inclusion in a block, and the confirmations then obviously also go a lot faster. So we're talking seconds instead of minutes, and that is obviously a fairly big deal for any real life scenario.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot. So then moving forward, the second question that I had planned is, in terms of, as the community knows, this has been on their works for quite some time, for some years, and it is a major shift for the network. What measures were taken to ensure security of the new proof of stake code and performance?
Sure. So I mean, the most important one, as usual, is this is open source. So everybody is free to peer review this. We have community devs that have peer reviewed parts of the code. We have run this with the community and trying to fix and isolate issues before. And we are also currently running a testnet to do exactly that. So these obviously are very important pieces to the puzzle. However, in addition to that, we also had HackerOne do a code audit, which they did like a little bit ago, and they also found some issues which we have fixed. And then in sort of accompanying the open sourciness of the project is a public bug bounty program, which we are also hosting on HackerOne with their support. And that obviously also goes a long way of incentivizing people to actually try and take a look and try and break things and find bugs, because there is now a bounty on each one of those. So if you are interested in these kinds of things, head over to the HackerOne community and find Nimiq there and give it a shot. It's definitely much appreciated. And then in addition to that, we also did some migration tests already, some internally, some also with the community. There might also be other ones coming to ensure that that process also smooth and works properly. So basically a whole bunch of measures to be taken, involving all kinds of people in this.
Thanks. Great. Yeah, this is something that, of course, that people, new people always look into before joining, so it's good for everybody to know. And as a reminder, then, what we're talking about here, for anybody that will be listening later, it's the launch of the pre-staking phase, right? And this is launching today, October 7th. And then, as Sebastian already shared, that has been all the process into peer reviewing and checking all the security topics about that. Check our Twitter account for participation and to learn how to participate. And now, in terms of the pre-staking phase, is it a requirement for all users to participate?
No, not at all. We had a first phase within the migration where any user could pre-register as one of the first validators for the proof of stake chain. And now we are in the second phase, which is the pre-staking phase, started just yesterday. And any user who wants to delegate NIM to any validator can do so through our Nimiq wallets. You need to have an account on the wallet and choose a validator you wish to pre-stake. We have a list of all the validators with the percentages. You can check how much NIM is already pre-staked. We also have a pre-staking campaign with giveaways, but we will talk about that later. But overall, and in short, no one is required to participate unless they want to.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dinesh. And I'm going to get away from the agenda just for a second, because you just mentioned something very interesting and exciting. Yesterday, the validator registration phase closed, and we had, or Nimiq has, I think right now, over 45 validators registered. That's maybe around 48, I think. It's a number. So I think it's quite a good number. Basi, Dinesh, how are you feeling about this? Any opinions there from a technical side?
Sure. I mean, as far as I know, it's 47 validators, out of which I believe at least at this point, 5 or 6 or so are known to be going to run a pool where basically they accommodate for delegated stake to their validator by paying out to those constituent stakers. So that's quite nice. If we can, we would like to have this number of the pools specifically go up maybe a little. But for the initial round, this is already very nice. We are quite happy about that. And there's really I'm happy to see how the community showed up and like registered the validators. Quite nice.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also pretty excited about the amount of pools. I know some, or we had a space in the past with some of the pools, but I was very, happily surprised to see some new pools popping up. So, kudos to Cian Pool, also to Nimbre, of course to the ones that we had the space with, like A Staking, Mint Pool. I think it's great to see more and more pools, and to see that many validators is an amazing thing. Okay, so moving forward. Basti, can users pre-stake a validator anytime during the transition?
I mean, the transition is like a weird word, basically. But from now, I believe it's the 10th or 11th or so of November. This is open, so the pre-staking is open. And during this time, you can go to the wallet and use the tools that we provide there to facilitate this pre-staking. When you do it in the wallet, this basically ensures that you're doing it also correctly, because that is fairly important that these steps are done like diligently, basically, and the wallet facilitates this properly. I believe that in the wallet, the choice of validator is going to be for the pools only. And if you wanted to stake with a validator, a specific validator, I think you will need to go through a different process. But I'm not 100% sure on this because I have not worked on this. But yeah, during this time, all of the stake transactions will count, and we look forward to seeing how people doing this. I mean, as Tamu mentioned, apparently 1 billion Nim is already pre-staked and locked up in pre-staking, so that is also quite awesome to see for the first day. Really excited about it.
Totally. I mean, it's amazing. We are launching pre-staking with 1 billion locked already in pre-staking. So that's amazing. Thanks a lot for everybody and the community also for supporting that. And let's move to the next question. Can users switch the validator they have pre-staked their Nim to?
No. Sorry, you can go.
So not directly, but as far as I'm aware, basically the delegation of the last transaction counts, which basically means that if you pre-stake a set amount to any given validator, and then afterwards you do another transaction for a different validator, as long as both transactions are valid and included in the chain, I believe that the second delegation will count, because there's like a technical reason for this, and that is that any given address can only be staking for a single validator at most. So either no validator or one single validator that you can delegate your stake to. And since this is a requirement on the proof of stake chain, we cannot allow basically having a single address splitting their stake into two validators. And for the second, so we don't want the second transaction to become invalid or the first one to become invalid, and thus the stake will shift entirely to the second validator. That is how I understand it anyways. But then again, this is not something that I have worked on, so it's probably a great idea to also look into our public channels where these things are outlined in detail.
Hello, so the next question is, will user balance remain intact during the transition?
Yes, they will. So basically, if you have some Nim in your wallet while the proof of work is running, that will migrate to proof of stake. So your balance will remain completely the same.
Thank you. And next question, can users withdraw their NIM deposit before the migration? Their NIM pre-stake?
Yeah, so this is not possible, neither for pre-staking NIM nor for registered validator NIM. Basically, both of these things are one-way street, and the funds will only become available after the proof of stake migration has happened. And that is it's basically an irreversible process. The only thing, as I mentioned before, that you can do, if you change your mind about what validator to stake with, you can do that, but you cannot withdraw it and basically make it available again for the proof of work chain. This is not possible.
Okay, thank you. And is there a way, in terms of how this process is going to be, how can the Nimiq community contribute to decentralization of the network during the pre-staking phase?
So we want a healthy stake distribution, right? As we said, the Nimiq wallet will display a percentage of the allocated stake for each validator, and this will allow the community to choose the validators with a smaller share of the total stake, right? So by distributing the stake to validators in a more decentralized way, basically users can prevent a validator to become centralized with a higher stake, and this enhances the network overall decentralization.
Thanks. Something you would like to add there, Basti?
No, it pretty much covers it. Basically, obviously, there might be also other reasons that you want to stake with a specific validator, namely, for example, it is your own validator, just as one example. But generally speaking, it makes sense to look a little bit at the overall distribution and not go with the biggest one, because that is basically how centralization happens, but choose one that is maybe a little bit of a smaller one. I believe Tammo is also going to go a little bit into detail in this later, because it's part of the promotional material as well. But that is generally, for the health of the network, that is the more beneficial route to take.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, guys, and I have one question left from the technical side. Technically, what happens to NIM that is pre-staked or staked during the pre-staking period after the migration is complete? How does that work?
Good. So, as in the proof of stake chain, we have a new contract, which the smart contract is the staking contract, which keeps track of all of the balances that any staker has staked for any validator. And that structure does not exist on the proof of work chain for fairly obvious reasons. And so the migration, basically what it's going to do is going to take the transactions for both the validators and now the pre-staking to create out of those the staking contract's initial state. So the funds that have been pre-staked now, or that are going to be pre-staked now, after the migration, they will reside in the staking contract under your name. So basically for the validator that you chose, but with the address that you sent these funds with. So they are, again, in your custody only. They will not be in the custody of the validator or of somebody else. They will be in your name only, and only your key is able to move them again, just like they are when they are in your wallet alone. So that is basically what's happening there. Like, they will form the initial state of the Genesis contract, of the Genesis staking contract.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I was looking into, before moving on, looking into the current status of the pre-staking phase. As we discussed at the beginning, we are launching today with 1 billion NIM already locked, which is amazing. And in the pre-staking page, you can find it in prestaking.nimiq.com. You will find a type of like a bar, right? A bar graph that shows you base goal and also a stretch goal of 2 billion NIM, right? And then 6 billion NIM. We didn't talk about this before, but I know, Basti, if you want to quickly mention a little bit on these 2 billion, 6 billion NIM, where this comes from, or what's the idea behind it?
I mean, I guess it's a little bit difficult to like say specifically about the numbers, but just looking at basically the overall circulating supply that still exists and taking a little bit of a conservative angle at that, that leads us with like some realistic numbers that are not completely crazy, like having 95% or what of the circulating supply in pre-staking. That's certainly not feasible, but something where we can basically motivate the community to try and get to these numbers. I would feel like these were quite appropriate in that kind of context, if that makes sense.
Thanks. I know that I saw that Overnight unmuted, so Tamo, maybe you want to fill in here.
Yeah, just maybe adding a little bit on top of that. So the base goal that we want to achieve, which I think we are already like quite close to. Who knows? Maybe we can even crush it in the first 24 hours. That's really what we consider kind of like the minimum for a secure start. So easy peasy on that one. And then we have the stretch goal, which basically is something that we would try to achieve together as a community. It's roughly inspired by being half of the circulating supply right now. Right, so assuming every second NIM enters the pre-staking, I think that is ambitious, but that's what a stretch goal is there for, right? Yeah, so those are what those numbers are, and yeah, as you said, Richie, I personally very enjoy like refreshing that page and seeing how the NIMs fly in there.
Yeah, totally. Okay, thanks a lot then, Tamo. Now that you got the mic, let's move into the pre-staking campaign. Of course, this stretch goal and the base goal, as the more NIM that is pre-staked, the better, right? That makes for a healthier network, and that's why we are having all these campaigns and all these promotions around to incentivize users to participate. So let's begin with talking about this campaign. Tamo, how can users join the pre-staking campaign? Let's talk about like the total campaign, like the amount of prizes that we have, and all that. Maybe a quick context around the campaign. So.
Yeah, sure. So as you said, in general, basically the network faces the challenge that we need NIM locked up before the network goes live for it to really be safe, right? And so of course that should be a motivation for everybody who is invested and likes NIM. But also we figured out that basically there is no real upside to locking your NIM, pre-staking them, right? Staking rewards will only be paid out by the network once the actual staking is live. So we wanted to do something nice to not only celebrate the launch, but also to incentivize everybody to stake as much as possible and also stake it maybe in the right way, right? So that was generally the idea. In total, 200 million NIM will be paid out in the course of this pre-staking campaign. That's only what we're doing on our own campaign. There are some other promotions, for example, on exchanges that could be added up here, but so far 200 million NIM to us seem to be a good and nice bunch of NIM to give out to the community and basically reward everybody who's willing to lock up their NIM for the network's sake, right? And not only did we want to have a good solid NIM motivation here, reward for everybody, but for us it was also important to make it a little bit fun. Hence our campaign, where depending on how much you stake, you get like a special Identicon upgrade, you get a nice little card, right? We wanted to basically gamify it a little bit and make it fun.
Nice. Okay, so how can users join the pre-staking campaign? What steps do they need to follow?
Yeah, so only by pre-staking alone, you're not yet joining. That is simply because we don't want somebody who is pre-staking but who does not care about the campaign not win a lot of them by accident, right? Also, by having our dedicated pre-staking campaign page, also we leave the integrity of the Nimiq wallet, which to us is important, right? So there are some models that tell you what you can do, but the actual interface we wanted to keep kind of like clean and not go too crazy in there, since you know it's the host of your Nim, it's where your self-custody lives, so it's a bit of a sacred place for us. What you have to do to participate is first and foremost you have to pre-stake, and once you have pre-staked, you can go to our pre-staking campaign page. That's prestaking.nimiq.network, and there you will find the pre-staking page. It has a kind of like a dashboard that shows you how well you're doing in the campaign. And the first step there on the left, it asks you to log in with your Nimiq account. If you do this from the browser, which you also are logged in into your wallet, that's going to be very easy for you. And then you basically log in. The page checks the blockchain for your pre-staked Nim. And if you have Nim pre-staked, you can then go on and claim those points. Something important maybe to add here is you can start, just try it out with a little bit of Nim, and then later on you can continue and increase pre-staking. The page will automatically recognize the increase of Nim, and it will show you the points that you have updated, right? Important there also to say is you can participate on a per address basis. Per address you choose one pool to pre-stake with, and you cannot change this later on. I think Basti mentioned this already, but so you will basically add more Nim to your pre-stake as you go. Of course, everybody is completely free and invited to split up their Nim in different accounts, addresses, sorry. Maybe they already have different addresses, so you can also participate with different addresses. That really doesn't matter. Also, it does not really make a difference to your probability of winning. You could even say that if you want to split up, maybe you put half in one pool and the other half in another pool. That's even a greater way to help decentralization here.
Amazing, thanks a lot for that explanation. Next question is, can you explain how the campaign works? Like, what are the two components of the campaign, how the rewards work?
Yeah, sure. So 200 million Nim will be paid out to everybody participating, and they're basically split in half. So if you pre-stake Nim, you will 100% receive a pre-staking reward, depending on how much you've staked, right? So the 100 million Nim will be paid out to everybody in relation to their total pre-stake. Of course, if, for example, when you're from Iran, you're not eligible to participate in the campaign, that is bad in that case. But other than that, by pre-staking and by claiming your points, you are guaranteed to get some nice Nim. On top of that, you have a chance to win quite substantial amounts of them, right? So the 100 million sounds a lot, but probably divided through everybody who participates, it's not going to be a huge return. But if you do well in the pre-staking campaign, if you collect a lot of points, you get a significant chance to win one of the big prizes. We have 100 in total, and those 100 prizes, they accumulate to the other 100 million. So for example, 10 people will be lucky and get 3 million paid out to the address that they are pre-staked with. So summarized, there are two portions here. One goes out, you win some no matter what, and the other one is more of a raffle, more of a luck situation, so to say.
Okay, very clear. Thanks a lot. And then talking about the giveaway component of the campaign, you mentioned the points and the chances to participate. Let's go into the juicy details of how can users maximize their chances to win in a giveaway, right?
Yeah, of course.
How does that work? How is that happen?
So what we have come up with is a system that basically works with a ticket, has a ticket idea applied to it, right? So depending on how you pre-stake, you earn tickets, and the tickets are tickets to a lottery, so to say. So somebody who has 10 tickets, has kind of like 10 times the chance to win something. Somebody who has 1,000 tickets will have a tenfold better chance of winning, right? So to win the big Nim prizes, what you want to do is you want to pre-stake as much as possible, and this will give you kind of your base points, as we call those tickets. And then you can, on top, get some multipliers depending on how you stake. So, for example, and this is, by the way, not something where we just try to make it artificially blow it up or something, but the multipliers here, they really serve the purpose. So, for example, one of the biggest, juiciest multipliers is the underdog staking, right? That will give you 5 times what you get from pre-staking. So, a very, very big incentive to do so. And the idea is quite simple. We want to have an as evenly as possible distributed pool and validator landscape. So if you go and you choose somebody who has a comparably little stake, you will get big rewards and points in that. That is something that we're actually able to tell if you did it today, right? And the interface is giving you, is telling you, hey, this pool is the underdog, you will get this bonus on it. And then maybe 2 days later, the ratios shift, right? This pool maybe is no longer an underdog, but we'll know that at the point of time where you have staked, it was an underdog, so the multiplier will apply. There is a slim chance, that you have like very, very unlucky, and from like selecting the pool and the interface to actually signing the transaction, the change happens in between this time. There's a slim chance that this happens, but yeah, I think most likely, I think it's not going to be the case. But yeah, so we reward people who stake with a pool who has a comparably low stake to progress the decentralization. This will then later, when we go to the proper staking, there are a lot of other things to consider, right? How the fee structure of a pool is, how reliable they've been in the past, and so. But this is not, of course, not the case for pre-staking, since there's simply no data on that, right? So right now, you can really say staking with an underdog makes sense. There's no drawback whatsoever. There is no risk whatsoever. So an underdog is not more risky than any validator who would have a high amount of stake. So that's kind of the important thing. Then also you get multipliers for staking early. This is simply, to incentivize people to not linger around too much or wait too much for the last minute, which could yet again, if, for example, in the last couple of days of the pre-staking phase, people only then start pre-staking, this could mean that just some validators collect like a big amount of stake, start the network with a kind of decentralized validator landscape. So we urge people, we propose to people to pre-stake early, and they are going to get a multiplier on that too. And then very lastly, there's the Galaxy promotion. That is something that I think, Richie, you should share something on later, as I think you're the mastermind here.
Sure. Yeah, I can talk a little bit about the Galaxy promotion. So again, as a summary, multipliers. Stake early, stake now. The first week has a multiplier. Second week, the multiplier drops a bit. First week is 3x. Second week goes to 2x. And the sooner or the earlier you start pre-staking, the higher your multiplier, and then the higher your chances to win in the giveaway. Go for an underdog validator, like Tam explained. There is no drawback to select an underdog. Some people ask about this, the community. I don't know, Basti, if you want to weigh in, like from the technical aspect of if there's something that you want to share. People asking, like, if a validator has a little bit of amount, like less amount than the rest, does that mean that it's more risky, or it's just the same? It's actually encouraged to pre-stake for a validator or for a pool that has a smaller amount than the rest.
Yeah, it's definitely encouraged. I mean, so risk involved with staking, there is it's not quite like that. The only thing that does change for validators that are very small is going to be that sort of the amount of slot that they get and thus the rewards that they generate over a short amount of time, they vary a lot more. So it's less, let's say, constant in terms of what this validator is going to make, and by extension also what you as the staker are going to get. But in a long run, so looking at this in a longer stretch of time, this should still even out, as it's probabilistic, and these probabilities do eventually settle at what their actual probabilities are. So that is really the only difference from a technical kind of perspective when it comes to the selection of validators between smaller and bigger ones, if that makes sense. If that is the question, I'm not entirely sure.
Yes, that is. Thanks a lot, Basi. Then we said the underdog validator, the underdog multiplier, and then there's a Galaxy multiplier. Like Tamo said, also I've been working with Galaxy for a while, and to share you guys a little bit about that, it's as you probably have seen it before, it's a Web3 platform that allows users to complete quests and to get some rewards in exchange for that. Rewards could be NFTs or tokens. And right now we're discussing with Galaxy for Nim support. That would be great, right, to get Nim supported. But in the meantime, what we are doing is giving rewards in the form of USDC on Polygon native, because that is also supported by our wallet. If you're new to Nimiq and you're just hearing this, go and open an account on wallet.nimiq.com. You're going to need that anyways to pre-stake, and you can see there how we support Bitcoin, USDC on Polygon, and Nim. All allowing also atomic swaps between one and the other, so you can swap your coins without having to give out surrender control of your coins. Always have custody, right, and decentralization. That's how Nimiq works. So you can do that there. If you don't have Nim, you can also get some Nim by doing that. Depositing some USDC on Polygon or some Bitcoin and doing a swap for Nim on wallet.nimiq.com. So go and check that out. Now going back to Galaxy. Galaxy is this platform where people can complete these quests, right? We're going to be using it to promote in twofold. To promote all the announcements related to pre-staking and the migration of Nimiq to proof of stake, and also to get new users into our community, because a lot of Web3 users are in Galaxy, and one of the fundamental changes of Nimiq is also that with proof of stake we're going into staking territory, and there's a lot of users that are already familiar with the staking process. They are from staking communities, like namely Ethereum, Cardano, Near, and the likes. So it makes sense also to start tapping into those communities and telling the people that are familiar with all the staking jargon and the staking process, telling them that Nimiq is here with now a new proof of stake algorithm. And Galaxy is one of the places where people get together and gather around right now in the Web3 crypto world. And that's why we're going in there, getting new users. We have been growing a lot in terms of followers. We are also talking now with Galaxy directly for some collaboration. And we are going to be launching quests every maybe 3 days, like 2 or 3 per week, related to our announcements. To complete the quest, you have to like and retweet our tweets, and maybe answer some questions related to the migration and to the Nimiq project, and then you'll be receiving Galaxy points. These points, when received in the Nimiq space, they increase your rank in the leaderboard. So you can go to your account and see your leaderboard in the Nimiq space. So this is related to Nimiq quests. If you complete Nimiq quests, you will increase your rank, and then depending on your level of the leaderboard, you're going to get a higher multiplier or a lower one. If you don't participate at all, then you get the same, like basically no multiplier. If you're in the top, then you get like a 5x multiplier, I think. and that is like also a game changer for people that are participating. So make sure you also go to Galaxy, create an account. You can use MetaMask for that, and start completing the quests, getting points, and increasing your level. Somebody asked in the community if, because we already have been launching some quests and somebody's joining just now, and they're saying like, you know, I'm far behind, I'm not going to make it to get a good multiplier. But I answered that actually we're going to have so many quests coming up that people can catch up. So don't worry, join now and start helping us. There's a new Galaxy quest coming out today actually, so you're going to be able to join in the action if you have not yet. I think we explained all the multipliers, and now the last question that I have left is about the rewards. When will they be delivered, the rewards? Tamil, you want to get that one?
Yeah, sure. I want to throw in one more thing though. It's of course a very compared to the nice handsome amount of Nim that everybody can win. There actually is one more thing, but I don't know if everybody cares for it. I personally do. You actually get a nice little upgrade of your Identicon if you stake a lot. So we have 4 different tiers, basically a bronze, silver and gold upgrade, and then also a prismic upgrade for people who manage to pre-stake more than 10 million M. And that's a nice little freebie. We are actually thinking about maybe NFTing this, just for the lols, you know. But this is actually also something that will stay in your wallet for all eternity. If you choose. So let's say you get the golden card, then in your wallet address will have a nice little golden frame and a different background. This is something, of course, that's completely optional. You can deactivate it in the settings if you don't want it. Also, nobody else is seeing that, right? So we're not like you're not doxing yourself by sending a transaction to anybody. But yeah, it's another upside. I have personally not pre-staked yet. I want to kind of see, you know, just the community can get the base gold in one day. But I think it's also going to be fun sharing around the cards, Identicon cards that you get, sharing to the community how many points you've managed to get. You know, who knows? Maybe now with all like initial launch craziness and work for us is done. Maybe we can do like a leaderboard or something like that. I would like to personally see that. Yeah, that's that. But back to your question, Richie. When will the rewards be paid out? So in our terms and service, it says that it will take us up to 3 months to do that. I hope everybody understands that with the launch happening, the migration happening, our focus will be that the network is good, the product is good, right? That everything works fine. There probably also will be probably a week or so that people get their well-deserved sleep that they're not getting right now, I can assure you. So we ask for some patience after the pre-staking is done for the rewards to be paid out.
Yes, thanks a lot, Tamo. Yeah, great answer. And yes, I was missing the Identicons. If you have not seen it, go to prestaking.nimiq.com/prestaking, and you'll see, or just prestaking.nimiq.com, and you'll get there. Open the dashboard. You'll see that like the shiny Identicon card. I really like it. I would like to NFT it at some point as well, but that's maybe just me personally. Maybe we'll look into that at some point. But having an upgrade in the wallet also for me means a lot. As we communicate in general, this is bragging rights for all the users that are passionate about Nimiq and that can, show to the rest that they were there, they supported Nim and into the migration, and they supported up to the champion level, or the whatever level that you achieve, the guardian level. Hopefully we have a lot of champions around here, and let's see how that goes. The leaderboard sounds exciting. Let's see if we can work into that in the coming weeks. And I think then for now that's everything that I have. Now maybe I open the floor for questions. If there's somebody there that has some question to the team members, to Overnice, or in general about the campaign, about pre-staking, you can raise your hand and I'll give you access, or you can also ask the questions in the comment section below. In the meantime, remember to go and like and retweet our latest announcement, which is the Pre-Staking is Live announcement. As we also communicated in the announcement at the bottom, now it's time to rally together, everybody from the Nimiq community to unite. And our time is here, right? And now that we have everything ready for the migration, we need to start promoting this. Not only to other other Nimiq holders that you might know, but also to everybody out there in the crypto space. So let's go tell our friends, our crypto friends, telling maybe some groups that we have, maybe some people that are into crypto, that are looking into, getting involved in new projects. Right now is the best time to get involved in Nimiq. You not only get involved in a very exciting process, but also you get a chance to win huge giveaways, So let's tell everybody, let's help by retweeting, by liking, by sharing this with all the social media posts that we have out there. And that's great and helps us a lot. Any questions from anybody in the audience? Or was everything then so clear that I think we're good? Or any comments? Misha, maybe? Misha was around, I think. Stefan? Thor, crypto community, Nimiq community. Okay, everybody very quiet. Seems like everything was super clear. Then I think we can leave it for now here. Guys, thanks a lot. Overnight, Inesh, Basti, thanks a lot for joining. Really enjoyed this space. And then talk to you in the next one. Remember to like and retweet our latest announcements, and let's tell everybody that pre-staking is open.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Ciao.
Yep, thanks everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome to Easy Crypto with Nimiq. I'm your host Richie, and today I'm here with Basti and Philip, blockchain engineers of the team. How are you guys?
Good. Doing great, thanks.
Hey, amazing. So we're going to be talking today about Nimiq proof of stake, the implementation, the upcoming transition, and what is the current status. So, Philip, to kick things off, can you update us on the current status of the Nimiq proof of stake implementation?
Sure. So the implementation is finished. The client is feature complete. Everything that we want to have in there is implemented. We did make some more changes or some improvements to the punishment scheme, how we keep validators in line and make sure that they always behave as they should be behaving. But all of this is finished, and we are now making sure that everything works as expected, right? So we are in the quality assurance phase. We're testing a lot, and we just want to make sure that before we release the code, it's actually bulletproof and works as we intended it to be. And yeah, so we are basically about to start the migration process, or the steps that lead up to the migration process. But maybe I can also talk about this in some other questions, I guess.
No, I mean that encompasses perfectly. Quality assurance is the name of the game. That is what currently it's all about. It's making sure that everything that we already have works just like it is supposed to, and basically getting rid of all the kinks and whatnot that are still in there. So,
okay, and to start digging deeper, what is your current focus in the project?
Sure. So my current focus, as has been for most of the development phase, is the microblock production. That is pretty much what I was focusing on for the entire time, or for most of the time that I worked in the core team. And that currently is also still the case. So microblock production works quite well, but there's definitely things to improve. Also some edge cases to be treated that I'm currently still implementing. That should commence very, very soon. And then it is to make sure that microblock production is obviously correct and does what it's supposed to do, but also is performant enough so that it doesn't hold back the entire chain for a significant period of time. That is going to be certainly my next focus, because whenever we can produce microblocks with sub-second block times, but then a microblocks comes around and it takes a long time, that is not going to be sufficient. So efficiency as well as robustness is going to be the next couple of steps for me, in particular for microblock production.
Okay, nice. And in general, what are, moving forward, what are the key tasks left to accomplish before the transition to proof of stake?
The key task is going to be coming up with a comprehensive test framework that ensures that the client is working correctly, right? So we want to have a sufficiently high level of confidence that the client implementation is correct, that the protocol will behave as designed. And for that, we just need to do a lot of testing, right? And this is also what the current phase is all about. Soon we are also going to open up the bug bounty program to the public for the full code base, which is also going to help with identifying issues that we still have in there. We are also doing some scaling tests at the moment, so we are trying to push the network to its limits, run with the maximum number of validators that the protocol supports, 512, and then also really put a lot of load on the network to see if it holds up and keeps the performance that we wanted to have. What else are we testing?
Yeah, but that is, for the most part, that is what it's about. It's about taking also the test case that we currently have and expanding on those as much as we can to get the coverage to be as exhaustive as possible for the entire code base. but then also thinking up like new ways of testing, maybe where we can maybe produce a specific setup that we can where we can push the protocol to its limits to really see how it behaves on the like fringes of what is possible here. And these kind of scenarios are hopefully going to provide us with quite some insight in as to where there might be possible improvements that we can make to keep the performance up to where we want it to be. I think that is going to be a very important topic for the next couple of weeks.
And do you think the integration with the wallet, for example, is going to produce new tasks for you or something new that you need to work on, or that is already?
I mean, I can see that the integration with the wallet maybe produces some requirements that front-end would have that currently are not fulfilled in a way that they would like it to be, you know. I can see that happening. Some of them we may be able to get to them. Some others might be like too computationally expensive or maybe even unfeasible. We don't know. So far, at least as to my knowledge, they are sufficiently equipped to fulfill whatever the wallet needs to fulfill in terms of tasks. So at the current state, I do not expect this to like provide any new or missing features that we still need to implement.
That's great, actually. Okay, and then involving our community, how can Nimiq supporters contribute to the upcoming process of, you know, the migration, hardening, the bug bounty program? Also, I think the CKP ceremony.
Well, you basically mentioned those. That is exactly what we want them to do. So run a validator in testnet, make it break if you can, provide us with the bug report so we can fix it if there is one, obviously. But then also going forward, there will be migration tests where we are going to test the process for getting the 1.0 chain into Nimiq proof of stake. And these tests will be performed on the Nimiq testnet, and it will include all of the procedures leading up to it, namely the validator registration, the pre-staking. So if you're interested in those, we will announce them well in advance so that you can take and participate in those tests. And those are certainly going to be, or like participation in those is certainly going to be appreciated for sure.
I mean, developers and security researchers are definitely invited to participate in the bug bounty program, which we are going to open soon for the whole code base. Right now, it is only covering the zero knowledge proof component, but the full code base is now ready to be reviewed by external researchers, and we encourage everybody to also participate in that. We haven't defined all the bounty levels yet, but this is something that we are going to do very soon. And then also, as you already mentioned, we need to do a ceremony to derive the keys for the zero knowledge proofs. And this also requires community participation to ensure that this key setup that we do is actually secure and that none of the toxic waste that is produced during this generation process is kept around. So the more participants, the better. And you don't have to be a developer to do that. It basically just involves registering for the ceremony, downloading a client and running it at the right point in time. So I think everybody can participate in that as well.
Yeah, there should be an announcement already be out there or soon to be out there, showing how you can register for that. And if you're interested, it's a pretty cool thing to do. Register and participate in that.
Cool. Thanks a lot. And on the other end of the spectrum, what do users need to do to prepare for this? Like any users that just want to, for example, participate staking, do they need to, do something before the transition? What do you think this process will look like for those users?
So generally, users don't have to do anything. Right, so there's no action required by users of the Nimiq network to migrate their coins to the new chain. This will all be done completely automatically, right? So there's nothing that users have to do in order to prepare for that hard fork or for that upgrade. But of course, we would invite everybody to already stake their coins
or to register their validator, pre-register the validator, such that when the migration actually occurs, we already have a nicely seeded Genesis block in terms of having sufficient stake and having a good set of validators to kick the new network off. And this is something that the pre-staking, the pre-registration is going to take place before the activation of the new network. And the validator pre-registration is also something that is going to start in the next few weeks. So yeah, in terms of preparing for this migration, participating in the pre-staking, I think is a good idea for everybody. But it is not necessary in order to have your coins on the migrated chain.
Okay, cool. So basically, just I open the wallet after the transition, and I'm part of the new chain.
Yes, importantly also the wallet is going to go and fully migrate to the 2.0 chain as well. So for the user, the transition should be completely seamless and nothing needs to be done on their end. They don't need to update something, they don't need to generate new keys. It's going to be completely seamless, and the wallet is going to provide them with basically all their needs as they used to.
Perfect. Okay, and maybe looking ahead a little bit after the transition, what do you think is next? Is this this update like the start of a new domain of Nimiq, like new tasks for you guys to start tackling in the core team, in proof of stake?
So to be fully transparent here, currently the entire focus of the team is on delivering Nimiq proof of stake. So the discussions about what we are going to do next, they'll have to wait until the delivery is done. So all of our focus is currently strictly on delivering and getting this out there and getting this done. So all of the things that you could think of doing next, like for potential next iteration of the protocol, are going to be speculative, and thus we are probably not in a better place to not indulge too much on talking about these. But discussions obviously will be had once the time is ripe for a discussion like that.
I mean, in terms of domain, the new protocol is clearly still positioned as a payment protocol, right? And this has been our focus since the beginning, and this is also not going to shift with the release of a new protocol. But of course, once we have that on the road, it frees up a lot of resources on the team. So we will definitely have some space to think about where we can take Nimiq next and how we can improve Nimiq and the Nimiq ecosystem further. Maybe even by expanding into new domains or by looking for more interesting or other use cases that maybe complement what we are doing right now. But yeah, as Basti said, I mean, right now we can only speculate on what this is going to be. But for sure, we are going to spend a lot of time on thinking about this once we have released 2.0 proof of stake.
Okay, guys, thanks a lot. So subscribe if you want to see more updates like this one. Thanks a lot for joining. Basti, Philip,
thanks for having us.
And say goodbye, I guess.
Bye-bye. Take care, bye-bye.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Nimiq podcast. I am your usual host Richie, and today we will be talking about some new updated version of the Nimiq wallet. To talk about that, I'm here with Tamo and Julian, UI UX designers from Overnice. Hey guys, how are you feeling?
Feeling good. All the surfing, all the partying is kind of taking a toll, but just kidding. A lot of work, a little sleep, but still feeling fine.
Okay, so maybe for people watching, introduce yourselves quickly. Julian, what do you take care of? What is your domain, and Tamo, what's your domain?
Yeah, so we're taking care of UX, UI, brand, and everything that comes with that. That includes all the Nimiq products, and that also includes brand design. I personally am on the design side of things, a little bit on the front end side of things as well, but it's mainly design, brand design, product design. We have a team of people as well, that we work on the products with, and yeah, that's what we do pretty much.
Yeah, and also, as it was the case for USDC, the crypto concepts are kind of always throwing some challenges at us where you can't just use established concepts, but you have to kind of find some workarounds. Yeah, except for USDC.
Okay, and well, you guys have been contributing with Nimiq for like the beginning of the project, but you are also part of, or you're the founders of Overnice. Maybe you can tell us quickly what is Overnice, and then we move on with the topics of this podcast.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Overnice is a boutique UI UX agency. Also, we do a lot of branding. We're from Berlin, based there, every once in a while in Costa Rica for our most beloved client Nimiq, which you're absolutely right, Richie. We've been with Nimiq for quite some while. And I think that, maybe it's also kind of like a nice transition into the whole USDC topic, because we created the wallet, and I guess as it's the cause with all things, at some point you're also happy with what you have, and we think it's pretty important to always kind of shake it up a little bit, don't get too content with what you have. And so also we took the USDC integration as basically a chance to also look at some other concepts that we have in the wallet, make sure they are, still applicable, and took the chance to implement some feedback, improve some situations in the wallet, and basically went beyond simply getting USDC into there.
I think in general, with every major change or every major addition that we do, we kind of have to look at the whole thing, because you can keep, if you keep adding things, at some point you might have a product that really doesn't fit anymore any of those. So with every big thing that we add, we really need to make sure that the underlying thing still makes sense. Like the new structure with every feature that is in there still makes sense as a whole. Like a product story still makes sense, I guess. And with USDC, this definitely was one of the bigger things, because we're adding a full new currency in there, which changes a lot in terms of how you look at the wallet and what it is.
Yeah, I guess you always, or not always, but very often have those products that grow and features are being added, and there's pretty much clutter being added, right? I feel similar to you seeing a child grow up, right? If you see the child growing up every day, you're not really gonna notice all those changes. And then if you see a child, like, I don't know, every once a year, you're gonna be like, oh my god, you've gotten so big. So you could, I don't know, maybe almost say every time you add something, you also have to exclude something to kind of maintain this equilibrium.
Yeah, it's probably not always possible, but that's definitely the goal, because you don't want to just add complexity, but ideally keep it the same while making the product more powerful. And I guess that was a challenge here. But maybe you can talk a little bit about the changes that we added, actually.
Yeah, let's go and summarize. Let's go into details. Let's summarize all the changes in this new version of the wallet. It's not USDC, of course, is the highlight, but as you mentioned, there's a lot of different things that we worked on.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think there are quite some changes, so you could almost consider this to be a small wallet update in general that includes USDC. You could go so far, I believe. So, I mean, the most obvious thing, of course, is USDC. You can now hold, receive, send USDC in the wallet. You can also swap it to our currencies, Nim and BTC, and that's the main functionality of it, right? But also there are updates to, I guess, most prominently the onboarding. That has, I would say, improved significantly. It's now way quicker. We have an updated interface for swaps. It's just a mild update, but nonetheless making things easier here a little bit. We have a new dashboard overview that shows you the assets that you're holding in a more straightforward way, and that also allows swaps to happen kind of contextualized in your asset distribution. And then lastly, also the whole network view that we have, the world map showing all the browser nodes of Nim was also updated now to also accommodate USDC and BTC.
Okay, cool. So the what other things that maybe Julian, that from the UI changed? I think there's some new challenges, because before it was only 2 currencies and now we have a third one. So maybe quickly, what are the things that changed?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tamo mentioned a bunch of them already briefly, but basically up until now we had this duality in the wallet, which is basically, hey, we got those 2 currencies and you can just go from one to the other, which is like a binary thing really, like it's either that or that. But now we have 3, which means a lot of interface elements that we have, or like also a lot of ways how we structure things don't really work anymore. For example, if we look at our swap interface, or also this little distribution bar that we always had below the total balance in the wallet, it's meant for 2 currencies. It really doesn't work with 3, which means we needed a new element. Similar to the general way how we display your different addresses in the wallet, also that like doesn't really work that well anymore, because suddenly it gets crowded. Suddenly we have like more different things in there that's complex. The swap interface itself had the slider from one currency to the other currency. Again, that doesn't really work anymore like that. So we need to either add complexity, or we need to find a completely new way to display things. And that poses some challenges, but also some opportunities, because, for example, when we look at this distribution bar right below our total balance, it's an element that that held a lot of complexity already. It was like we had all the different NIM addresses in there, we had BTC in there, we had like a bit of a distribution, we had tooltips, we had percentages in terms of ratio, like a lot of stuff, and tiny in the middle we had the swap button that actually make you open the swap dialog. And people struggle to understand that. And now we took this opportunity to rethink this element, to make it simpler, take a lot of complexity away, and bundle it into a new element that is a bit more prominent in the sidebar. It's like kind of a ring that shows my distribution of my three assets, and also has a prominent button to open the swap. And what I like about it is that while adding complexity, we actually simplified the interface. It's something that we also did with the onboarding in a different way, but basically when the Nimiq wallet started, onboarding was all about NIM, right? Like it was identicon selection, it was your login file and so on. Now with having 3 currencies in there, like it's weird to select an identicon as the first step, because why? Like I don't have a direct connection to why this is relevant right now as the first step when I create an account in this wallet. So what we did was also simplify that, to just like narrow it down to the things that are really, really relevant for the wallet as a whole, and then maybe introduce other concepts that are more specific later on when it comes to the particular currency. Again, here, room for simplification.
Yeah, I think the onboarding is a great example of also taking the occasion of integrating USDC and taking a good hard look at yourself, right? Figuring out what works well, what doesn't. So as you said, the identicon is something that is tied to my NIM address, right? So it does really have nothing to do with my BTC address or my USDC address, right? Or any of those assets that I hold. At the same time, we came to the conclusion, also talking to users, that being targeted as beginners, we basically expect people to learn about cryptocurrency as they start using our products. And we want to make that as easy as possible for them. That always has been, a complete pillar of what Nimiq is all about. And then we basically figured out, okay, they are supposed to understand things like the login file and, really having your key in your browser. And with the identicons, we basically throw another concept at them that they don't know from any other conventional banking services or something similar. And they have to understand that too. And you could always see users kind of getting to the step and then, kind of being surprised a little bit by those little guys. And then thinking about them, choosing one, and that in a way also is a very nice and meaningful interaction, I would say, because, it goes beyond simply creating an account. There is some emotional connection, I would say, you're forming with your little guy. So all of that is great. And we're not excluding it altogether. We're just taking it out of this very, very first account creation where we really want to make it as easy as possible. If you would then later want to go on, create another NIM address, you get the identicons. But I think it's a good example of, you know, integrating USDC, make the interface make sense for USDC, but also thinking about, okay, what can we improve in general?
That definitely is a big change, I would say, and like a visible change as well. And I guess the second big change in terms of interface is the way that we structure your main wallet view, basically, the way that assets are distributed. And basically what we wanted to do here is to make it really visible what you can do with this wallet, to have this kind of trinity of assets that can interact with each other. And we wanted to highlight this interaction, which is basically a swap, right? Why? By combining them, by finding visual cues to highlight that swap of those currencies. So basically what we did is, on top of having this kind of simplified distribution chart with a swap button, we also introduced some bit more hidden but easily discoverable entry points into swapping between two currencies directly, without having to go in the swap interface and then choose what you want to swap for each other. But actually, you basically just have to click in between the two boxes and then you open the swap between them.
Yeah, I think that's like a way better, way more intuitive way of going about it. And I think it also kind of leads us to another, I think, very important thing that is basically our mental concept of the wallet, right? What is this product? What is this wallet? What do we envision for it in the future? And there, you know, people might come to the conclusion, okay, there was Nim in the first place, now we have BTC, and now we also have USDC. And we are not trying to do a multi-currency wallet similar to all the other multi-currency wallets that you know there, right? So we're not simply about adding more currencies, and I think that's also reflected in that interface, because it really takes into account what we have and brings us all in a nice context together. And I think let's talk a little bit about that, because I think it's a quite important thing to consider about what we believe what this wallet is supposed to do for its users. And that is basically not just have three currencies, but have three currencies that can do very different things, right? So the way that we see it, and you've mentioned that before, that's that trinity, how we call it, right? We want to give Nim as a very performant payment coin. Also there, you know, prospectively with staking capabilities, which is going to be quite huge in terms of what can actually do with that money. We want to have Bitcoin, which we, you know, consider to be this gold standard of cryptocurrency, nice store of value. And then we also want to have USDC, which is primarily motivated by being stablecoin, right? So what we want allow users to do is take their money, take the value that they hold, and if for whatever reason, their personal preference, they don't want that value to be exposed to volatility, which crypto obviously has, right? We want to enable them to safeguard that value in a stablecoin. And that's the main reason why we're basically integrating USDC here, right? And that also means that you're not going to see another stablecoin integrated in a wallet, because we now have that capability. The wallet now does have that feature. It can hold crypto without volatility. And that's what we consider there basically to be done.
It's not really about currency, it's about features, right? Like,
exactly.
What features, what attributes does that currency bring?
Yeah, and I guess also going forward, you know, that's kind of the way that at least currently we think about that. We want something that is very powerful for the user. We want them to be able to do what they might want to do in the greater scheme of cryptocurrency or even money in general. And that's what we want to enable. And that's what we're going for. And if there is another currency that can do something where we feel, or we also hear from our users, hey, we need this, we actually want this, then that's, you know, a strong candidate for integration. And I think that's also, I mean, to have the stablecoin in the first place is mainly motivated because we figured out people using our products, right, the crypto payment link and the wallet in an actual real world capacity, not for speculation, because but to accept payments and pay with it. and specifically merchants, small merchants that maybe also be living from month to month, right? They have to pay rent, they have to pay their employees, and I don't know, some bread to make their sandwiches with. That those guys really can't have, the risk of the money that they take in to significantly drop in value. It just does not work for them. They want to use cryptocurrency. They want the financial independence, right, that comes from using cryptocurrency. And they also want to attract new audiences, but they just can't have that risk in their life. And now they don't have to. They can accept Nim, they can accept Bitcoin, and they can very straightforwardly move it to a stablecoin.
And now that you talk about having multiple currencies, it's also a decision of trying to keep it simple, right? Because we are trying to minimize complexity, and that's also why we are going for like USDC on Polygon. And maybe you guys can discuss or talk a little bit about the challenge of hiding all the complexity of having a layer 2 USDC stablecoin on Ethereum, Polygon, all these things, and the user just see like USDC.
Yeah, I think so. Basically our amazing dev team made our job in a way easy there for the whole gas abstraction, right? So you can simply have USDC on Polygon in the wallet and you don't have to bother about anything else. But I guess that's just the base layer, and it still left us with some challenges. Maybe you want to go into them?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I guess the straightforwardest way to integrate USDC would have been to integrate Ethereum-based USDC, right? Because it's the most used. If you think about USDC, that's usually what you talk about. But then we also wanted to make it really easy for people to interact with it, to send it and receive it, which makes the whole thing harder because you suddenly, like, you kind of need this extra technological a mechanism that you don't have to actually hold any Ethereum to pay for the transaction, right? So so our tech team came up with this gas abstraction. Now the problem is that this increases the fees that you have to pay, because you kind of have to have multiple transactions, and then on top of that, Ethereum fees right now are anyway quite high, and if you add up all of that, you actually come to a quite steep price. And that's just something that we figured out that's not going to work.
It jeopardizes this idea of, hey, I have now maybe, from a merchant's perspective, I now have taken in some Nim, I want to safeguard them, but if safeguarding those Nim always comes at a kind of high price tag, then it's not really feasible.
We figured out that payment is actually not even the main use case that we want to support, but actually just having a place in the wallet where you can have a stable currency based on fiat currency. And based on that, we figured out, or like the tech team figured out, that we can actually have the same solution on Polygon with very, very low fees, so that it actually is feasible and actually also easy to swap in between those currencies, because the fee is so low that I can do it without having to think about it twice. While still providing the same functionality. It just is harder to actually send something, to actually send USDC to someone else, because I always have to make sure that the other person actually also has Polygon USDC, or at least a Polygon USDC address, because there is a substantial risk that you actually lose your funds, which made our job in that regard definitely more difficult, because we bit counterintuitive to simplifying things. What we usually do, we had to put in a lot of warnings and a lot of things to make sure that people don't fuck up, because it's easy to fuck up if you don't really know what's going on under the hood, which is something that we feel like with everything we do, ideally the normal user doesn't have to interact with, because then it gets cumbersome and complicated, and then it's something that I might be like, yeah, well, maybe I'm not getting involved in that.
Yeah, it's basically the conscious decision, kind of going for one thing over the other, right? So rather we want to enable users to very cheaply and very quickly and easily swap between those currencies inside of the wallet without paying a lot of fees. That's kind of our main goal. And then, we take into account that this is probably not the most straightforward way if you want to, people, for example, do payments in USDC, right? And you're absolutely right. I mean, it's kind of, for us, it's kind of the nightmare, right? When we have a situation where we have to include a lot of warnings, where we have to put those safeguards into the user interface. For example, also that the sending and even the receiving, right, requiring this long touch button. The receiving not, right?
It's a different thing. It's like when you save a contact.
Wouldn't it still make sense to have that be part of the send and receive flow?
It's not part of the receive flow, and it's not necessarily part of the send flow, but I would like to talk a little bit about that contact hack that we're basically saying, look, like, it's hard, but also we make it like, we let you save your addresses as contacts, and that's what's hard.
Yeah.
It's, at the point where you have someone saved as a context, from then on it's easy.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, there's also a super cool feature of the wallet, swapping between two currencies and also adding contacts. Is there anything that changed in there? How did you go about these features in the wallet with the new implementation?
Yeah, so what we have now is a trinity of coins, and it's fairly easy and fairly cheap to exchange them for each other, right? Which is was our main goal: enable people to quickly get in and out of a stable coin, enter the volatility, exit volatility. And using Polygon for that is the best choice that was found, but it does include that risk of people not fully understanding that USDC is something that runs on different networks, and that you cannot simply send USDC from Ethereum to USDC on Polygon, which is what we're using. So it put us in a not the greatest spot, because it means we have to include a lot of warnings, and then also some special interactions that make sure you're really making a conscious choice here. You've kind of understood what problems are there, but then yet again, I feel we found a quite good solution there. That it is cumbersome to some degree. We can't abstract all of that, but I think we try to make it as easy as possible, especially for recurring usage.
Yeah. So I mean, usually when we design a flow, we try to make it as intuitive as possible, so that you basically you kind of have we find the quickest way possible to go through it while doing all the actions that you have to do. In this case, we had to go the opposite way of actually making making a step harder than it would usually have to be, just to kind of make people stop and look at it again, think at it again, and be like, okay, wait a minute, this shouldn't be that hard, so there's probably a reason for it. And where we did this is it's based on an idea that we had, that we're saying it has to be hard to send a transaction to another USDC address, because we need to make sure that people know that it's actually a Polygon address. And we kind of have to make that hard, because otherwise people might send it to the wrong network and then they lose all their money. But at the same time, we figured out, once I already did that check, I don't have to do it again, and we can help people remember that. So basically, as part of a send process in USDC, which is basically similar to the send process in Nim, I create a contact, or I'm prompted to create a contact in my contact book in the wallet, and adding this contact is the thing that we made hard. It introduced a long press button that I actually have to press for a couple of seconds until it actually saves the contact. But after that, I don't have any warnings anymore. If I send to that contact again, I still have some notes so that I can, that I can refresh my mind of what's going on. But there's no extra barriers anymore. So from that point on, the process is as simple as possible. But yeah, we had to put in those barriers. And I think that also was an extra challenge, because it goes against what we usually do. Kind of have to bring yourself in the complete opposite position of thinking about how can we make this harder than it be.
Yeah, it's always, I find it's always interesting, this kind of balance between, making sure that users know, being super, throw some like warning colors in their face and really, make sure they got it. But at the same time, of course, nobody wants an interface that feels scary, right? Nobody wants to feel like, oh, I'm at danger here. So finding this kind of sweet spot where we can be decisive and hey, you need to understand this, but at the same time also, it's still fine. You can do it. It's not actually difficult.
I would even argue that if we would go this other direction of just having a lot of the warnings and text in red and orange in there, it wouldn't even have that effect, because if like all you see is red and orange warnings, at some point you're basically like, okay, they are there. I've seen a lot of them already. You don't even read them anymore. You kind of get very easily and very quickly, I think, you get so used to them that it's just like, that it doesn't even have that warning effect anymore. So doing something else, something that kind of rattles your cage a little bit, is like, maybe let me hold on for a second. I think that's really the way to go. And
yeah, I agree. And in the end, I think, also with communication left and right about it, some general education about what we're doing here, I think also people are going to be fine. I hope so. If you're watching this, please don't send USDC from any other network than Polygon to a Nimiq wallet.
Very good advice, warning. Thanks a lot. And maybe to have a final question, I'm curious, for this new version of the wallet, what was your maybe most challenging part, and what was the most enjoyable? Not now that we have the wallet out, what is the thing that you enjoy the most about it?
I think the most enjoyable part, to start with that, definitely was to find a bunch of things, a bunch of elements that are in there for a long while already, and figure out that there's ways to simplify them. Even after, we've iterated this wallet for years now, and it's usually quite a challenge to keep the complexity at the same level while adding things. And for me personally, it's just very enjoyable to figure out, hey, we can actually simplify it while adding something new. I really like that. I guess I would say the most challenging part was finding this initial concept of integrating a third currency into a structure that is already there, and that's something that we haven't talked about, but while also having quite a tight timeline. We had a plan to release this in quite a short time, which also meant that every solution that we came up with had to be possible to implement quite straightforwardly and quite quickly.
Yeah, like working on a very tight timeline, having to juggle this kind of complexity at the same time. But then I think also what I thought was interesting and a very nice thing to do is kind of taking also a step back and again looking at the wallet and figuring out what is this product actually supposed to do, right? What are those currencies supposed to do for their users, and how can we present to them, provide them with a concept of how to use the currencies, something that's reflected in our new onboarding slides. If you're creating a new wallet, you can see there's like a little guided tour, right? That will tell you what basically our attention is behind the different assets. And yeah, I think that all in all was quite the enjoyable exercise. And I mean, it was tight, right? And a lot in short time, but I mean, that's also fun.
Yeah, and I guess I would also say that it was quite nice how everything fit together in the end. How how the different parts of the project, also the different people involved, it just flowed a lot.
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm super curious what people also have to say about it, right? I guess we're quite content with ourselves and happy with the result, but looking forward to some feedback there. Yeah,
definitely.
Okay, so any final thoughts? Anything you want to close? Any final remark?
Yeah, so I'm very curious what the community in general has to say about how they feel about it. I'm especially curious about if how you guys feel about not having the identicons anymore in the onboarding. I guess that's a bit of an emotional topic, at least it was for us or also for the whole team, you know. It felt a little bit like betraying those little guys. Still, I think it was the absolutely right choice to make here. The resulting simplified onboarding, I think, is a pretty good step. But what do you think about it? I'd be curious.
Yeah, like, I mean, every time we make changes, every time we change the interface, obviously that's like it's something that we do based on what we think would be best, what's right, based on, you know, also of course based on feedback and all. But in the end, it's always a guess. So yeah, really looking forward to feedback. What do you guys have to say?
Okay, remember you can share your feedback in the comments below. Also, we have forum.nimiq.community where you can add a post and share your feedback. And just reach out to us in the community, tell us what you think. Thanks a lot for joining me, Tamo, Julian from Organize. It was amazing and hope to see you soon again.
Sure do.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. We are waiting for more people to be joining us, and we're going to be starting. We have Nivar here, Sebastian from the team. Do you want to give, just say hi, do a mic check?
Sure. Hi, everyone. So, mic check, I guess. I think it works.
Yep, it works perfect.
Right.
Okay, let's give a couple more minutes for everybody joining. Oh, we have Ines here, who's also... Now, Ines, you should go and request to be a speaker. Hey, Rat. Hello, Sigma Investing, Angry Train. Hey, Helvetia Staking. Let's give a couple more minutes for people to join, and then we begin this talk. Okay, Ines, do you want to do a mic check on your side?
Mic check. Hello.
Yeah, it's working perfectly. Okay, so let's give one more minute for everybody to be joining. And remember, also share this space. There's a button in the bottom right corner of your screen. You just press it, share, and post this with all your friends. And then we get more people here to get everybody informed about how the migration process is going to be like. How does it work with the validator registration phase? This and more we're going to be talking here today. So very interesting talk, actually. Okay, so let's start now. In the future, I'm going to get like a soundboard or something to have like entry music and stuff. That would be cool. But for now, bear with me. I know it has been a little bit quiet in the beginning, but then let's get this party started. Thanks a lot, everybody, for joining, and thank you for joining a couple of team members that we have here that I want to welcome to the stage. We have Ines, who is a technical writer for the team. So Ines, do you want to say hi again? Maybe quickly introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Ines. I'm from Portugal and I am the technical writer of the core team. And yeah.
Thank you. And together with Ines, we have Nivar, who is also a developer from the team.
Yeah, hi. This is Basti. So I'm a member of the core team for a bunch of years now. And I'm developing or co-developing with the rest of the core team the Albatross protocol. So welcome, everyone.
Welcome. Thank you. I see new faces joining. Jasper, thank you. Welcome. And Fons, welcome. Remember to share this with everybody and to get more people in here. So Ines and Basti, I think with both of you, we have a very good, you both have very good insight and understanding into the migration process. So let's begin with having a quick overview about the migration process. We have a blog post that we released recently, and people can find it in nimiq.com/blog for everybody that is going to be listening this later. So go to nimiq.com/blog, and there we have all the details, but let's go over it then. Basti, we have maybe 3 main phases. How would you quickly describe them? What are their purpose? And how is the entire migration process looking like?
Sure. So to just like start with this, the three main phases that we have are first the validator registration phase, and which is currently ongoing. Then we have the pre-stake phase following that, and then ultimately all of this concludes with the transition phase, which there can actually be many of those or more than one of those. But generally speaking, these three distinct phases exist. The first one that we're currently in is, as I said, the validator registration phase. That is all about getting a healthy set of validators for the Genesis epoch, so the first epoch of the proof of stake chain. Because for obvious reasons, on the proof of work chain, there is no validators. So and we need them to start validating the proof of stake chain. So basically, this allows the community or anybody interested really to register their own validator, such that when the Genesis block is created, they can participate in the block production in the very, very first epoch. So the very first block really is going to be produced by this set of validators. Yeah, that is currently going. And then after that, the validator is only half of the piece of the picture. The validators need to be assigned stake by those that are willing to stake their coins for a validator for the Genesis block. That is also very important because that is ultimately going to determine the distribution of stake for the validators, and thus also the distribution of slots that are going to be assigned to these validators in the Genesis block itself. So the Genesis block also already has, as you probably would expect, a proper slot distribution according to the stake that the validators have on the proof of work chain, which we signal using specific transactions. I think we're going to go over these in a different talk probably. And then lastly, when all of this has concluded, there will be a candidate block. That candidate block is going to be the one that is going to be taken as a snapshot for the state, and it will be converted into a Genesis block for a proof of stake chain. And as soon as enough validators have created this Genesis block and agree on a hash that this Genesis block has, I believe the window for that is 24 hours, then all of these validators will start or will use this Genesis block to then start the chain proper within this window. If they don't, then we will start with a new migration block or new candidate block and start the process again. So that is why there can be more than those. I don't know, maybe went a little bit too much into detail because I guess we are going to talk about a couple of these again during this space, and there will probably be other spaces for the other phases as well.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Basti. Thanks a lot for the detailed explanation. Yeah, as you correctly mentioned, we are going to be focusing on validator registration phase. It's good to have an overview of what's coming and what are all the phases. And we are focusing on validator registration phase for this space because this is what is open right now. So as the validator registration phase, let's go right into that. It is a critical phase, right? Because I would say it's kind of like a cornerstone for the rest of the phases, right? Can you explain a little bit about why it's essential to have many validators? How does decentralization comes into play here for them? For this phase that is open. I don't know, Basti or Ines.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, the count of validators is kind of directly proportional to the decentralization aspect, just like having many miners is. There's other things that obviously play a part in this, which is sort of like geolocation and maybe on what kind of hardware this runs and what kind of data center this is and so on and so forth. but the amount of validators themselves is a very important metric in this, and we would like for to have as many of those as we can. Proper validators, that is. So those that also show up and actually validate blocks. So that is quite important. Also, as you mentioned, it's kind of the baseline for all of the phases to follow. Any other phase builds on this phase, or like any phase builds on the prior phases, basically, to get the stake allocation going. And a healthy distribution of stake kind of requires that we have a healthy amount of validators to begin with. So that is for sure a fairly important piece to the puzzle. New validators can obviously also be registered once the chain already runs. That is also probably a fair bit easier to do, but for the Genesis block and to be part of the very first epoch, this needs to be happening within, I believe, the next 3 weeks, but correct me if I'm wrong here. So yeah, this is for sure fairly crucial, and we are very happy to see part of the community has already done so. So that's quite cool.
And so a follow-up question. Then in these 3 weeks, as you mentioned, when the validator registration phase is open, basically, people can register their validators. Does this include staking pools as well?
So, I mean, when you refer to staking pools, I assume you mean a validator pool, which basically is going to be a pool, it's going to be a validator that is ultimately going to accept stake from other stakers other than himself. So, first off, and importantly, you cannot deny this. So if somebody wants to stake for you, they can do that, you know. There's no means of saying that you don't want this. That is just not possible. However, some are specifically targeting this and are making themselves available for stakers to be to be sort of dedicating their stake to them. And this is just from the point of view of the protocol, this is just a regular validator as any other. The difference that exists is sort of in the setup that these validators are going to run, because what they will have to do is they will have to keep track of the individual stakers that they have, and they will also need to be able to process payments to those stakers of the rewards that the validator gets given. But for the process itself, it is exactly the same. Maybe the only difference is that if you want to run a validator pool, please get in touch with us so we can add you and your sort of credentials in a way, so we can give you a name and we can make you available in the wallet once that becomes relevant. So it would be beneficial for you, but also for us if you get in touch with us, and then we can give you a name and stuff, maybe an icon, I don't know.
Yeah, like labeling the pool. Like I see there's already some that are labeled and that can appear in the wallet, right? The ones that you mentioned that are already registered. And okay, so now, as you mentioned, then every validator is, let's say, or can be staked for, but some of them are designed purposefully for validator pools. And those are, some are there, are registering right now. And after the validator registration phase is closed, can a new validator register somehow before the Genesis block, or how does it work?
You mean after the validation? So the validator registration closes in like 3 weeks, and if it is possible to still get one in after the fact?
Yes.
No. So that is not possible. And also, if the window has passed and you want to register a validator, then please wait until the proof of stake chain has started and register a validator within the first epoch. If you follow the steps to create a validator, which involves sending Nim to an address which is not going to be under your control once proof of stake launches. So these funds will be transferred into the staking contract, but only those that have happened within this window. So it is very important to not do these things if these windows have elapsed, because these funds will be burned otherwise, and that obviously is very bad, and nobody wants that to happen. So if you want to register a validator, make sure to read the blog post and see the exact dates within which this is possible. And if for whatever reason this time window has elapsed and you have forgot or whatever to register your validator, then please wait until the chain has started and you can register your validator then.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, so with that being said, now how would one, or what is the process of becoming a validator? Let's look into that. Ines, can you explain briefly what are the technical steps to register a validator? How does it work?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, the registration ends on October 6th, so you can register your validator until then. After that, we have the pre-stake, but we no longer accept validator registrations. So the first step to become one of the first validators of the proof of stake is to have your wallet prepared with 100k Nim. That will pay the deposit that is required to register, right? Then I will post on the chat the documentation so you can see the step-by-step process. But basically, you need to generate a validator address and keys. That process includes 6 transactions. You need to pay a small fee to that, so you also need extra Luna for that. And then finally, you need to commit the validator registration by paying the validator deposits. This amount will be locked until the beginning of the POS chain. After completing the registration, you can track your validator and other validators in our Nimiq Watch. We are currently with 7 validators fully registered and 4 that already have registered but haven't paid the deposit.
Okay.
I will post the link for the documentation.
Thank you. You mentioned Nimiq Watch. That's the blockchain explorer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. In case somebody new is listening, that's nimiq.watch. That's the URL. And there's also another one that is also done by the community. That is Nimiq Hub, nimiqhub.com. And that's also an explorer that shows you the validators that are registered right now. So it's pretty cool that there's many, right? As you say, there's like 6 already, and 4 that are waiting to get the staked amount, right?
7 fully registered.
7. Yeah, that's great. And this has been open for only like a week, right?
Yes, 1 week, and it ends on October 6th.
Okay, nice. And then anything else that we need to talk about that process, Basti? I don't know if Ines covered everything, or you want to?
No, I think that pretty much. I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, the only thing is to really take note of the dates. That is fairly important, and read the documentation to do it properly. There might also be a tool that does this for you, but I'm not 100% sure how that works. We would have to ask the people in the team that did that. So these transactions, there might be a tool that does that for you. Maybe Stefan knows, actually. I'm not sure. Stefan,
you want to come to the stage? If you want, just request Mike and we'll let you in. Stefan, also a team member that is working on that area. Yeah, he requested. Let me see. No, we have actually Brad and Stefan. Okay, I added you both, but Brad, let's wait, please, until for questions after we have our topics covered, if you don't mind, if that's okay with you. And perfect, thank you. And Stefan, I think you also were invited.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so to briefly answer the question regarding the validator registration, we have developed a tool called the validator registration, which will generate the necessary validator keys for you, including the voting key and the signing key. And after you funded that validator address with the necessary NIM, where Ines was talking about, it will send the necessary transactions for you, those 6 transactions in order to register as a validator. The final step, like the deposit of 100K, has to be sent manually, and you are able to send that 100K NIM from whatever address you have, as long as it's conform the specification as detailed in the developer documentation.
Okay, thanks a lot. So go and visit in the blog. We have the documentation, and also Ines is posting the link. Go ahead and look into that. And if you have any questions of how the process looks like and what you need to do, just go and visit Telegram or Discord. Telegram, the group is called Nimiq, and in Discord we are at discord.gg/Nimiq, and team members will help you there and will guide you to the group that we have for developers, where we can discuss about this and help you. So in terms of what happens after you are, like, once you register as a validator, what happens after that? Do you want to add something there? After that pre-staking phase begins and you're already, you should keep your validator running, right? And wait until activation phase. And what else? Is there something you guys would like to add? I don't know, Stefan, since you recently joined.
Yeah, so once you have finished your registration, your validator registration, there are some more steps that has to be taken to prepare for the last phase, so namely the activation phase. That is that you have to set up a full node on the proof of work chain, because that one will act as a bridge between your migration and eventually what's currently happening on the proof of work chain. So after you finish your registration, you set up a proof of work node that then can be monitored by the tools that we've developed, and it will, once the pre-staking phase closes, it will start sending readiness transactions in order to signal other registered validators that you are ready whether or not you're ready for launching the proof of stake chain.
Nice. Ines, anything you would like to add, or Stefan got everything?
No, I think you got everything.
Nice. Okay, and then with the readiness transactions is when it actually starts during the activation phase. And you mentioned then when people need to start running a validator, a node, a server. What kind of considerations should people take before running a validator? Basti, maybe you want to mention something there.
So generally, as somebody who has NIM and wants to stake those, there is obviously an economic discussion to be had when it starts to make sense to run a validator and when it still makes sense to not run a validator, but put your stake up for another validator who's then going to take a little bit of a fee from your rewards, but you don't have to run the hardware yourself. So this is one, I believe, probably going to be fairly central aspect to this. That there should be a fairly easy calculation that can be made if you know what node would cost you, like for maybe to run this with a service or to run this yourself, then you know what this data center node or the data center machine, virtual machine will cost you. And then it really is a question on whether or not that is worth it for the rewards that you're going to generate with the stake that you have. Obviously, once you want to run a validator pool, it becomes an entirely different topic, because that you obviously will have to run yourself for the most part. So there, it really doesn't really make sense to not do this. But other than that, these will require some attention, generally speaking. So they obviously need to be running, and they need to have uptime that is as close to 100% as can be achieved. So you cannot, it's not exactly like a shoot and forget kind of ordeal. So you will want to also monitor this to some extent, and maybe even set up some monitoring for that as well. You probably want to be somewhat tech or like close to tech, I guess. So you know how to do these things in a server. That is probably also a fairly big part of the consideration. If you feel uncomfortable with running a server and doing like some command line shenanigans, then that is probably a little bit complicated to begin with. But then again, that's also maybe some nice way of learning how to do these kinds of things. So, but these are probably going to be the most central pieces. But since I have so far not run a validator, but Stefan did, maybe he has some additional insights to this. I don't know.
Yeah, so I've been running a validator on the testnet for over a year now, or multiple, well, one validator and multiple nodes. And I think the most important thing after you set up everything is to set up proper monitoring, and that will also actively notify you when stuff isn't working. As Basti was saying, it's very easy to set it up and then forget about it, but you know, running a validator needs proper maintaining and needs proper maintenance. You have server updates. Maybe at some later point in time, we have some additional features that will be added to the protocol, which need a new version of the client. So, besides being comfortable with the CLI terminal, I think monitoring is the most important feature or property that you should set up after everything is done.
Okay, thank you. And I think because you've already been running validators, Stefan, can you speak to the hardware that is required and maybe costs in terms of VPS hosting?
So I started like multiple nodes as cheap as possible. I remember like giving it were VPSs at a hosting provider, and they had, I believe, 2 cores and like 4 gigs of RAM and 40 gigs of storage of SSD. So lately we've been running the spammer on the public testnet, and there it turns out that it wasn't able to keep up. So the server wasn't performant enough in order to be able to process all the transactions in a reasonable time. So it fell behind and eventually was unable to keep up with the chain and produce blocks. So I doubled that. So right now I'm looking at like 4 cores, 8 gigs and 80 gigs of storage. And right now it's doing its thing properly. It's not falling behind in anything. So I would give that as a minimum baseline. Yeah, and I believe like at least SSD is really important because we're doing lots of reads, lots of writes, lots of I/O. So yeah, I think that are the points that you should at least consider when setting up a server or setting up your infrastructure for either a node or a node that's also a validator.
Yeah, great answer. Thanks a lot. Very specific. And Basti, I know that you're not maybe running validators all the time, but you are testing and stress testing with different validator sets. Maybe Jeff is working more in that area, but is there anything you would like to add? Hearing these specs from Stefan and mentioning the fact that I/O reads are very important. Anything from the technical design or development side that you want to add?
Yeah, so generally speaking, this is mostly going to be bound by I/O, at least when the chain is running at like high capacities. Most of the time, we would expect this to not be the case. Also, the tree that we are looking at, so basically how many accounts we are having, is at current state quite small compared to what we have tested this with. So I believe we have tested with like 60 or so million accounts. And then stuff gets a little bit slow because it's just a lot of data and access times vary a little, because you can imagine that finding a piece of information within 60 million pieces of information is a little bit more time consuming than doing this in like 150,000 or so. So we have tested with quite large numbers, or comparatively quite large numbers, and eventually these get a lot more expensive. So in terms of computational expense, than what we expect this to be in the beginning. So I would assume that like for the start of proof of stake, it will not be as crazy because there is not as many accounts, the transaction load is not extremely high. I don't know what validators are looking at in terms of when to pay out their validator pools, when they are going to pay out the rewards to their constituent stakers. Because that is likely going to be one of the largest amounts of transactions that are going to be generated. But generally speaking, it's going to be, I feel, quite manageable in the beginning. And if this grows a bunch, then it's going to be a little bit more intense. But I think there's plenty of room to grow into for now. And then obviously we are also working on optimizing as much as we can, so that scaling this up should hopefully be no problem. But that is also one of the biggest points that we are currently looking at.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Basti. Okay, so maybe we're getting to the end of the agenda today. Something that I would like to add there is maybe some people would ask, like, why would I like to run a validator? And there's some key considerations there. We are actually planning some type of campaign to give incentives to people that are helping there. But because the main why there, the main answer is to support Nimiq as a project, as a network, as a community. Having as many validators as possible is a good thing. And as we were saying at the beginning, so running a validator is basically supporting the project. I would like to go back to something that in the previous blog post that we posted, we had we discussed about this. I was discussing with Basti about, not discussing, but we were talking about our stance in terms of validators from the community and how we should be make it very prominent in the blog post, letting people know. And I want to make some space in this space to remind everybody that getting more validators is healthy for the network. It helps in decentralization, and that's what we would like to promote. And we're here to empower the community. We want to also send a shout out to projects like Helvetia that is listening, and also a Stake that is going to be allowing people to run validators that maybe don't have so much technical skill as Stefan was mentioning. So I just want to make some space for that. I don't know if you want to share something in that direction, Basti.
I'm sorry, can you repeat part of that? I was a little bit distracted for a second. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, going back to how important it is to empower the community to run their own validators, and how we would like to do this as much as possible. So empowering everybody and reminding everybody to run a validator, or to contact people that you know that might want to run a validator to support the project.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. So if you are thinking about running a validator, or if you're considering running a validator, feel free to get in touch. We are happy to support with knowledge and whatnot, to give hints in specific directions. That definitely is something that we can help with. The overall the idea of being part of this migration process, I think, is actually quite cool. So I will I'm almost guaranteed to do this myself as well, because I just find it quite cool to begin with. Also to be there from the very beginning. So this is definitely kind of a nice thing, and obviously supports the project in a meaningful way, while also doing something for yourself as well. So I think it's actually quite a nice thing to do. And I believe there might also be some promotional stuff coming up for this, but that is something that Richie knows more about than I do. But there might be something there. Not sure though. But even if there isn't, definitely consider it. And if you are already considering it but are held back by maybe some technical knowledge that you're missing, or some other pieces of information that you would require, feel free to reach out to us in the Coders channel, or also in the other channels, and then somebody, I'm sure, can help out.
And maybe one last question there is, in the wallet we have the validator trust score, right? Is there any? There's of course going to be positive for the validators that registered since now, because their trust score will be higher because they have been the longer in the network.
So this is only going to ever affect validators who will sort of indicate to us that they are actual validator pools, so that they are open to receive stake from other stakers. And the age of a validator, I believe, has some impact onto this metric, but I'm not entirely sure as to how big this is. The metric that is used for this has changed a couple of times, and I'm not 100% sure where it currently stands. It's not something that I have worked on in the last year or so, I'm not entirely sure as to how this works. But Stefan is raising his hand, so he probably knows some about it, which is great. So let's hear it.
Yeah, go ahead, Stefan.
Sorry, the raised hand was the previous topic we were talking about. It was for considering setting up a validator. One thing that I just wanted to add on that part is that I'm pretty sure that we are keeping the proof of stake testnet live. So if you're not currently feeling comfortable with running a validator, I think it's just best to wait after the migration, and then set up a validate on a proof of stake testnet right now, and get yourself comfortable with the whole setup and situation in a peace of mind way, because everything that happens on testnet, there is no value there. Like the NIM don't hold any value. So if you accidentally mess up, there is no issue there. So I guess that's the best way for new people or people that are considering it and not sure about it yet. The best way to get started. Regarding the trust score, I also have to give an absence on the answer regarding that. Regarding the age, yeah, like Basti said, the formula changed a couple of times now, so we have to look it up whether or not there's actually age is involved when calculating the validated trust score.
Yeah. I also was not sure. That's what I was asking. But we'll check with the people that are in charge of that right now, and we'll share more information within the community so you guys know. Because I think there could be something there, but I also don't know. I'm not sure. So let's not share misinformation. For now, supporting the project and as Basti said, and leaking a little bit, there could be some campaign plan for the future. So, we're always going to reward and thank the community for their support. There have been a lot of support from you guys, so we love you. Thanks a lot for everything. And it's happening, right? This is the moment. This is the time where people can register their validators to proof of stake. It sounds like a dream, but it's not. It's real. It's here. Thanks a lot for Basti, Stefan, and Ines, and for building this and working so hard on this. And now we maybe can open for questions and comments. Maybe we start with Rat, who is here as a speaker also. Rat, go ahead. Do you want to comment on something?
Yeah. Hey, Richie. I had a couple questions. One was about like the Nimiq IG account. Like I did a little bit of like digging, and I found out like the Nimiq, like the Nimiq handle on Instagram, like the person that uses it, they're inactive, but they have other people that are active that know them on Instagram. So it's something that we could potentially get from them if we wanted to buy it off of them or some shit like that. So I was wondering if that was a possibility at all. And then also, I was also curious if like if the Nimiq store funds could be used for potentially like staking it and just like keeping it staked and then later on using it for marketing.
Okay, so.
And I had other questions, but I'll leave with those two for you right now.
Okay, sure. So I think both questions for me. Let me see. The first one about the Instagram account. Yeah, I've been after that account for some years now. I tried that a couple of years ago, of trying to connect with people that know the owner or previous owner of the @Nimiq account in Instagram, but I didn't get a reply. Let's talk about this offline. If you're, I can try it again. I'm always happy to try because I would love to get that handle. And if you can help there, then we can discuss about how to do it. But yeah, I'm interested, and for sure, let's talk about this.
Okay.
Cool. And the second idea...
I'm definitely down to talk about that later. Sorry.
That's okay. And the second idea about using the community fund, the stores for staking, and then using that for marketing. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Let's. We're interested in starting again the community. We have the community funding board, but we have not been very active with that recently. So we've been thinking about starting again, or having the people, the previous representatives, and maybe having new elections. But in any way, what we are after is creating projects like this one that you're mentioning, and maybe discussing those in some type of forum where community members can decide, and we will be happy to support something like that, because this could be something like maybe we can use it for marketing, but also we would love to have more community-driven growth strategy together with community members. So we can talk about this for sure, and we are interested. Misha is there listening, so he'll be helping as well.
Okay, that's awesome. I also had a question about like how much the Web3 Global Weekly sponsorship costs.
I mean, I don't know if it makes sense to, or if I can discuss or disclose prices, but in general, if you're really concerned about the amount, it's really not that expensive. So we are pretty happy with the result because it allows us to discuss or sit in the table with a lot of different projects and communities. So we're trying out this week, and because the price is really not that high, we are considering doing that again in the future, leading up to the migration to proof of stake.
Okay, that's awesome. Because I was just asking because if it was expensive, I was gonna help with that a little bit. But that's exciting to hear that it's probably good for the cost. And then also I had a question about someone I was helping earlier a few days ago swap a bunch of USDC into Nimiq. Basically, they locked themselves out of a login file. So I had a question about brute forcing a login file. Basically, if there's like a brute force preventative on the website, because so far I haven't noticed one, but I was gonna like I have like the password, but it's probably like 2 characters off or 1 character off. So I was just gonna set up like a script to brute force it, but I was curious if it had any brute force protections.
No, it's.
And I have the login file.
No, it does not, and that is so. Part of the reason why that is because all of this runs locally in your machine. So even if we added that, it would, for like some advanced users, it would be very easy to circumvent this anyways, because this is never going to be on any server whatsoever. So it's all running in your machine only, and if you want to brute force this, you can do that, no problem. I mean, it's not going to be easy if you don't know at least most of the password, because that is just not how this usually works. But if you know most of it, then and there's only 1 letter that you need to try, then it's fairly limited test space.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll probably end up helping them with that then.
Amazing, thanks a lot, Rod, and happy to hear you again around here. Maybe if there's some other questions also from the audience, I see Helvetia is around, also Thor, Nimiq Pay. If you would like to comment from the audience, let's give them a minute. I seen comments that Rod is planning to set up a validator and is considering to use Stake Nim for the services. Something interesting there that we have to mention is that Stake with a Q is a project done by a community member that allows, as I said before, for people that are not very tech savvy to run a validator. So we call it a validator as a service. And they provide the maintenance and the security, and you basically spin up a validator and you manage it. Somehow like how you manage a virtual server right now. You don't connect the server and you don't have it, connected to electricity with high availability, redundancy, power supplies, and so on, and good internet connection and all of that. You just use it from a dashboard. So that's something like what they're planning. But this service, it's going to be available after the. I'm speaking for him here. For the developer, maybe Basti wants to weigh in, but the point is, now today that we spoke about the validator registration phase and the different phases, there is a moment where the validator needs to be sending transactions for readiness, signaling readiness, right? And this feature is not built into the service done by the developer from Stake. because it's meant mostly for once proof of stake is running, then you can run a validator under normal conditions. But since this is a one in a lifetime type of deal, validator registration and signaling readiness and migrating, then this is not provided by stake. So just for you guys to know that is not an option right now. Right now, the option is running the code yourself and talking with the developers from the community for to get help there, and also following the documentation that Inés was talking about before and sharing. Okay, anything that I missed? Anything that you would like to end with, Inés? Now that I mentioned you.
Maybe just reinforce what we said, that participate in the registration phase, besides being a pretty cool thing, it helps the network and marks this historic moment for Nimiq. Yeah.
Nice, thanks. Are you planning to run a validator, Inés?
I may.
Yeah, I'm thinking of also trying it out, and maybe. So yeah, it's I mean with the documentation is pretty clear. So even though you don't have to be technical savvy, if you know a little bit what you're doing, getting some help, from the developers that are very helpful. So maybe we can do it. Yeah. Stefan, are you planning to run a validator?
So I will run the validator at least for Minpool, which I registered, I think, yesterday. So I sent out the validator registration transactions and also made a deposit. So that all should be good. And I think I will also run another one, just for like family and friends, I think. Yeah.
Nice, cool. Something that you would like to add to end with, Stefan?
Just if you want to get started running a validator yourself, just try out the proof of stake testnet. Get yourself familiar with the whole setup and stuff like that.
Cool, thanks a lot. Thank you for joining. And Basti, are you planning to run a validator?
So I will probably run a validator, not a pool though. I will probably run a validator for me and like my family and maybe a couple of my friends. So it's sort of a pool, but I will do the payouts very irregularly and kind of by hand probably. So like a very low tech solution to this kind of ordeal. The staking pool kind of ordeal. But yeah, I'm fairly sure that I'll run a validator, at least for the migration, probably also after that, because I think it's quite a cool thing to do. I have not really tipped my toe into this like all that much yet, but as Stefan said, and I kind of want to reinforce this as well, the testnet is for testing. So if you are interested in doing this, then absolutely go and test this on testnet, familiarize yourself with how it works, maybe see what kind of bits you're missing for the overall picture that you would like to have for this. And that is a great place to begin this for sure. And I will probably do so myself as well in the coming weeks. Also, lastly, I wanted to maybe add a little to what you talked about Stage, which they are going to provide a validator as a service, and that obviously is absolutely great. I might also go and try that once it is launched. However, for the migration itself, I would assume, even though I am not sure about this, that the migration would not be supported by this validator as a service that they provide, because that is just a one-off, and usually these things are difficult, or not difficult, but effort to put into when it's much easier to leave this out of this specific service. And I would assume that that is the case, but that is really the only addition there. So if you were planning on migrating sort of with this service, then that is something where you would need to do some research on, because I would not fully expect this to work. Yeah, but other than that, not much to add. Thanks everyone for coming here, and yeah, see you guys probably sometime soon for the pre-stake space, I'm assuming.
Exactly. Okay, guys. So thanks a lot for joining. We are having another talk right after this one, actually, with the guys from Web3 Global. Max is going to be there talking about crypto payments. So if you want to check that out, go check it out. And it's going to be very interesting. Thank you for joining here, and see you in the next one. Rat, do you want to end with some comment there? Are you planning to run a validator?
Yeah, I'm planning to run a validator because I got enough incentive to, and I want to learn just so I can help other people set up their own in the future, because I know that I'll have a couple people staking through mine as well.
Nice. Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for your support. Okay, guys, see you in the next one. Thank you for joining. And remember, tell people to run their own validators and support the network. Bye. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome to Easy Crypto with Nimiq. I'm your host Richie, and today we are going to be talking about a very exciting topic that the Nimiq community have been waiting for quite some time. It's Nimiq's first native mobile app called Nimiq Pay, and to talk about that, I'm here with Alberto, front-end developer, and with Marvin, back-end developer of the team. So how are you guys doing? Yeah, nice. So let's start by talking a little bit more about the basics. Marvin, can you start by explaining what Nimiq Pay is and what's its primary purpose?
The primary purpose of the Nimiq Pay app was payments, which first seems obvious because we with Nimiq always focus on payments, but the Nimiq wallet has a lot of additional features like swapping between to Bitcoin or to USDC, and managing multiple wallets and so on. So it's not streamlined to the real payment use case, and that was what we wanted to do with Nimiq Pay. But we also wanted to allow to basically pay at places where the Nimiq wallet would currently not allow to pay, and that's why we built it into a native app, because there we can use more hardware features that will allow in the future to better pay at all the places you can imagine.
Nice. Nice, thank you. And Alberto, as a front-end engineer, how do you ensure that Nimiq Pay, meant for payments, then remains user-friendly while integrating advanced and modern features?
But the usual flow is like we have overnight, making sure that UI and UX is super good. So then I implement that UI and UX, making sure everything can be done. It's not super fancy, so the user has a normal experience like isn't using any other app. And then we make sure before releasing that all the Q&A texts are passed. We have internal testing, also making sure that anybody that hasn't used the app before, because I'm super used to it, so I don't see the flaws in the app, but we use internal testing with the team to make sure that everyone can use the app without trivial knowledge. Then we go to the private testing with community users we trust, and after that to the open beta and production. So we have a lot of steps to make sure that everything is super done, like perfection before releasing to the public.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thanks a lot, Alberto. And I imagine also integrating some features that are available for native apps, like biometrics.
Yeah. We listen to the community. We know they want a native app because it's easier to just open an app and pay instead of going to the whole process like opening the wallet, selecting send a payment, opening the QR, scanning the QR, input your password. So now the flow is simplified. So yes, open the app, click on pay, scan, put your biometrics. That cannot be done in browser, so that's why a native app makes a lot of sense. Yes, put your biometric like Face ID, Touch ID, or fingerprint, whatever the phone has, and it's already done. Like 2 steps instead of the whole process.
Beautiful. And Marvin, what are the upcoming features or developments that user can expect in Nimiq Pay? Can you give us a sneak peek into the roadmap?
Yeah, so we've been working since a long time, on the partnership with Blue Code. This feature was always clear that it will require a native app. So Nimiq Pay will be then the native app that will add Blue Code support, which means in all the Blue Code acceptance locations, you will be able to pay with Nim using the Nimiq Pay app. We will also integrate support for Bitcoin Lightning acceptance points. So wherever there is support for accepting Bitcoin Lightning transactions, you will also be able to pay with your Nim using the Nimiq Pay app. And we are also further looking into NFC payments and integrating with more partners so that there's even more acceptance locations.
Cool. Very cool. Thanks a lot. And Alberto, how do you envision the integration of these features into the interface and design?
So the idea is to have all of those features, but with the same flow we have. We don't want to make it super complex. We just want the user to, when there's a new feature, make it super clear, not like going to menu, settings, enable feature like we maybe have now. So it would be like payment, QR code, blue code, that's all. So it's a new feature, just choose blue code when you're going to pay, payment done.
Okay, cool, thanks a lot. So I think that will be it. Thanks a lot for joining me today. And let's stay tuned, subscribe if you want to hear more about the Nimiq Pay and more about the new features that are coming to it. Bye.
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 I do think that there is an opportunity to try to figure out, hey, if you could do payments but not have that underlying monetary policy that eats away, it could be interesting. But, my opinion doesn't matter. Neither does anyone else. It's like the market is going to ultimately decide. And so the beauty of the crypto industry is that it is very meritocratic, right? People can go and they can just build things, put them out into the world, and the market decides what gets value, what doesn't. And so let's see what happens.
Martin D'Souza here with the Nimiq Ecosystem Development Team, joined by my colleague Max Berger with the Nimiq Ecosystem Development Team, also the project manager for the Crypto City Initiative, and of course, our guest, Anthony Pompliano. Welcome to the podcast, Pomp.
Thanks so much for having me.
Pomp, founder and CEO of Professional Capital Management, is an American entrepreneur, investor, and host of the Pomp podcast. He posts interviews and content with a focus on technology, finance, and economics, and is single-handedly responsible for onboarding many of the people who own Bitcoin these days, including myself. Pomp, I'm a member of cohort number 6 of the Pomp's Crypto Academy, so we go way back. Really appreciate all you've done for the industry.
Absolutely. Well, the thing about Bitcoin and kind of the crypto industry is that everyone wants to always say thanks to somebody else, but what they don't realize is you went and you found the information, you went and you acted, you're the one who goes and gets a job, you're the one who buys, whatever asset, you're the one who holds the asset. And so at the end of the day, people are either successful or not based on their actions. And so it's nice to hear, thank you from time to time, but really it's just, people should be thanking themselves.
Yeah, we appreciate it. That's a good reframe, and you're totally right. So over the course of this conversation, we have a couple prepared questions for you that we're excited to get your insight on. But we also want to make sure that we touch on this. You recently released a book, How to Live an Extraordinary Life. As far as I understand it, it's a recommendation or letters to your daughter, but for the future generation on how they can live an extraordinary life. So we have a couple questions at the end we'd like to touch on and bring that to light.
Let's do it.
But without further ado, I think Max has got the first question.
Yeah, absolutely. Pomp, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Max. I'm working in the Ecosystem Development Department of Yeah, 7 year down deep down the rabbit hole crypto project called Nimiq. We're a layer one decentralized open source non-profit crypto project, basically trying to do good to the space. You know, we've been from day one building original technology to contribute to the original vision of crypto, of building peer-to-peer electronic cash that is usable by everyone, people who have knowledge and who don't have knowledge. And basically, very important, we're not trying to be the better Bitcoin. We're not trying to replace Bitcoin. Yeah, we're just basically just giving it a shot with our own approach of how to really nail crypto adoption for broader audience, so to say. So, for example, back in 2017, we were the first ones to introduce the browser node that allowed everyone to basically become a peer of a blockchain network from just a mobile device. And in that spirit, we've continued, you know, to build original technology, trying to bring, you know, this vision of crypto to life. So, you know, right now, when we look outside the window, we see AI coins, we see meme coins, we see all of those sectors in the crypto space, you know, getting a lot of attention and also creating some form of adoption, definitely. But, you know, sometimes it's a little frustrating for us who are trying to contribute to the original vision and contribute technology. So my question is, do you think for you, is the original vision of self-custodial peer-to-peer electronic cash still alive, or did it somehow get lost in the crypto hype?
It's a great question. I think that it's definitely still alive. And, you know, one of the things I remind people is I know people who have electronic cash and I know people who have physical cash in their pocket. And they may not put 100% of their cash or their kind of net worth in their pocket, but plenty of people still walk around with physical cash. I do, right? And so I have money that is in these different form factors. On top of that, I have economic value. Sometimes it is in things like the stock market. Other times it is things like real estate. And so every asset has a different way that you interact with it and whether you have custody of it or you don't. And so I think that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are very similar, is that some people are going to buy the ETF. They only care about price exposure. They do not care about self-custody whatsoever. And that is what they're looking for. It may be because they can't actually do self-custody. Maybe they're a big institution or something like that. There's going to be a lot of people who want to buy it and say, I don't want to own the ETF. I want to own Bitcoin. But you know what? I don't really feel comfortable yet taking self-custody. And so they kind of sit in the middle. And then obviously there's a very large and growing number of people who say, you know what? I've been down the rabbit hole. I want to buy Bitcoin. I want to own the actual Bitcoin, not an ETF, and I want to take self-custody of it. And so I think the challenge to the Bitcoin community is how do we educate more people? How do we get more people to kind of move down that funnel to take self-custody of at least some of their Bitcoin? It doesn't even have to be 100%. It could just be some of it. And so it's really not, hey, it's not dead. Actually, if anything, it's growing the number of people who take self-custody. And I think people get caught up on the percentage, which is much less important to me than the aggregate number of people who are doing self-custody.
Yeah, thanks. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so true. We talk about that all the time in onboarding and related to education. It's like the worst thing that can happen in an onboarding experience is that a person comes in, gets rugged, gets scammed, loses money, et cetera, et cetera. So we're always trying to make that first experience positive so that they become a promoter and not a detractor. You know, a happy person will tell 2 people, but an unhappy person will tell 10. So it's just all about that education piece, as always.
Yeah, and I think it's also safe to say that, you know, true self-custody is still for people who are new to the space. I mean, it can be frustrating, it can be intimidating, and it is still complicated. So solving that is definitely a good goal, trying to solve that.
For sure. So at Nimiq, we are Bitcoiners at heart. You know, we love Bitcoin. We recognize its paramount importance as a store of value. You know, Nimiq is built to complete Bitcoin, not to compete with Bitcoin. So I think that's really important for people to understand. You know, despite Bitcoin's dominance, we haven't seen a scalable, decentralized, self-custodial, you know, low barrier to entry L1 payment coin, especially one that's resistant to App Store censorship. Even Elon Musk has been quoted in saying that there's space for an L1 coin specifically focused on payments. Do you believe there's still room for such a pure L1 payment coin to gain prominence? And if so, what elements would have to be true to be essential for its success?
Yeah, one of the things that maybe I've changed my mind on or evolved my mindset on is Bitcoin, I used to think was going to be this great store of value. It was going to be the medium of exchange, hyper-Bitcoinization, et cetera. Maybe that happens 10, 20, 50 years from now. Right now, what is pretty clear is that Bitcoin is becoming what I call the digital savings account. people are buying Bitcoin and they're holding it. They don't want to spend it. It's dumb to spend your Bitcoin. You either get taxed if you live in the US or you're giving up future appreciation of the asset. And so really from my standpoint, Bitcoin has now become that digital savings account. What I think is actually more competitive when it comes to payments is stablecoins. Now, stablecoins are unique because they're not really an L1 coin, but they kind of are, right? They're kind of like this native thing that kind of isn't really an L1, but operates on an L1, et cetera. And so from that standpoint, I think that is where anyone who wants to build kind of an L1 decentralized tokens for payments or for a medium of exchange, that's what you've got to compete with. Now, the good news is that stablecoins are just fiat currencies with kind of lipstick on the pig, right? They're still going to be devalued. They're still going to end up doing what fiat currencies do. And so I do think that there is an opportunity to try to figure out, hey, if you could do payments but not have that underlying monetary pulse that eats away, it could be interesting. But my opinion doesn't matter. Neither does anyone else. It's like the market is going to ultimately decide. And so the beauty of the crypto industry is that it is very meritocratic, right? People can go and they can just build things, put them out into the world, and the market decides what gets value, what doesn't. And so let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's well said. We talk about that a lot. So we're obviously an adoption-focused project. And so we're out talking to small business owners all the time, trying to get them to accept crypto. And in the early days, this is a very uphill battle because we're trying to get them to accept Nim. And obviously Nim is a very volatile asset. And so a restaurant owner or a grocery store owner says, look, guys, I'm an idealist myself. I'm super